far north, and there is a supply of renewable hydroelectricity that runs right past the front door. And one of the aspects of the project is we are working to maximize our reliance on running the project using hydropower rather than the more traditional diesel power for so many things. We're starting to see, for example, for mining equipment, electric powered or electric assist anyway, mining trucks, electric powered loaders and shovels and drills and those kinds of things. And those are the major consumers of diesel fuel on a mine site. We're also seeing things like groundwater heat pumps that are being used to heat buildings rather than heating with propane. And these are the kinds of things that we're working to build into our project plan to make this a much more environmentally responsible mine than mines typically have been in the past. And I'll talk a bit more about those areas of environmentally responsible development as I go forward. Now, I could talk a lot about the deposit itself, but I think sort of the main message here is the mine that's being planned is based on a very well explored deposit on the site. It's not the only nickel mineralization on the site, but it's very well explored and understood. And what I will point out is what Flying Nickel is proposing is an open pit nickel mine. The reason for proposing an open pit nickel mine rather than an underground mine is, for a start, the mineralization is close to the surface. And the other aspect is that the grade of the nickel is such that it is more economic to mine with an open pit than it is to go underground. And what you can see in the panel on the right-hand side here, if I get out of the way, is that lavender blob is really a side view of what the nickel mineralization looks like if you were to take a slice through the earth and look at it from the side. And then that green sort of hashed line that comes down either side, that shows what the ultimate margin of the open pit would be to mine that lavender part of the nickel deposit blob. And ultimately, it's the cost of that open pit is really what determines how deep it can go. It's not limited sort of technically by in depth. It's limited by the balance of ore versus waste material that has to be removed. And really, this represents what's called the optimized pit for mining of this deposit. What it does enable is later on access to the rest of that nickel mineralization using underground access starting from the bottom of the pit. So that's something that can be considered later in the project, depending on project economics at that time. And there's also a lot of other exploration potential in the general neighborhood of the Minago project right now. Potential deposits that remain to be drilled and proven out. So overall, what are the basic elements of the Minago project as Flying Nickel is proposing them? As I mentioned, proposing it as an open pit mine that would be mined at a rate of 10,000 tons of nickel ore per day. That ore would be processed on site to produce a nickel concentrate. There'll be no smelting or refining on the site. The nickel concentrate would be shipped from the Minago site to a smelter somewhere else, either in Sudbury. Both Vale and Glencore have smelters in Sudbury, potentially to Voisey's Bay in Newfoundland, where Vale has a smelter, or potentially overseas. And those decisions about where it is smelted will largely be determined by whomever is buying the final nickel offtake. At this point, the project is planned with a 10-year mine life, and it would take about 3 years from the start of construction to get construction, followed by a 10-year period of mining and nickel processing. But that's not the end of the project. All projects need to be closed out properly before a mining company can step away from the site. The mining company has responsibility for that site until the province agrees to take it back. And in order for that site to go back to the province, the site has to have been properly reclaimed. So that before this project before a shovel will go in the ground to start construction, it will be necessary for the company to have developed and have it approved by government and the technical advisory committee within government, to have that closure plan approved. And that closure plan needs to be costed as if someone was to go out and hire an independent contractor to do that closure. And that cost determines how much of a bond or financial security needs to be posted with the province, so that if at any time through project construction, operation, or even possibly partway through closure, if the mining company goes bankrupt or just no longer exists, that there's sufficient financial resource available for the government to hire contractors to go back and either do the closure in its entirety or at least complete it. This is something that came into practice in about 2007, wasn't it, Jim? Because you were the minister at the time. And it's something that remains in force. It's a particularly important part of mining in Manitoba, but also globally now, because of historical difficulties with companies going bankrupt and sites not being properly reclaimed. By having closure plans in place, and these plans are reviewed regularly through operations as well, along with appropriate financial security, there's every reason to expect that any mine site that starts operation today will be closed out properly, one way or the other. Sure. That was just Loretta mentioning. Now, does anybody have any questions so far into our conversation?
Good morning. I got a question in there. Back in the, just before Minago there, where the tower is, what were they doing in there? Or were preparing for the mining on your area?
Okay, now you're talking about what is called the Tower Project.
Yeah.
That's a project that is being planned by a different company called Rockcliffe.
Yeah.
It's got no association with us at all. My understanding is they have been doing exploration in that area, and they have been doing work to try to plan a mining project there. That's as much as I know about the project, because it's a completely different company.
Oh, yeah. What back in there when they started this nickel thing in there, the nickel was worth about 5 cents or something before it started 13 cents a pound or something like that. What's the market for it right now?
Oh, well, right now, and this is based on a conversation I had yesterday, so it's recent information, it's running at about 10.5 cents a pound right now.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you're estimating at this mine, how did you come to be a partnership with the Norway House Cree Nation prior to this announcement that they had on last year in January?
Okay, what there was at that time was a memorandum of understanding, which is essentially an agreement to negotiate going into a joint venture between Flying Nickel and Norway House Cree Nation.
So in other words, there was only 3 people that negotiated with you, not the full chief and council, right?
Well, I think that's a question that would be important for you to take to community leadership.
Well, that's my understanding, is to make a memorandum of understanding that you need a whole council to approve it. It's just like the Northern Flood Agreement, they did the same thing in there, but all the chief and council were there to sign it, and all of a sudden you only had 2 or 3 people that spoke up for us.
I think to keep in mind with the memorandum of understanding is that is just an agreement to negotiate something that would be later agreed to if you can come to an agreement in the future. And so that at this point, there's not a joint venture that exists. It's an agreement to try to negotiate one. And then the question I'd have for you is for you to go to leadership to make sure that any joint venture that is negotiated is sees the appropriate approval within the community.
So you're right, but what my worried about is, why did they announce it on the radio? MKO, they put it in the Winnipeg Sun, they put it on Toronto Sun, that they had that they're already offering jobs and stuff like that. Why?
I can't answer that for you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, they never had a
because
consultation before.
That's a leadership decision.
Before you guys came in, and then they had a consultation with the people that we're going to be doing this, but they never did. And what's the environmental study on it? Can you show us for you? Who's doing the environmental study and everything like that?
The way environmental assessment and license applications work in Manitoba is the companies are responsible for commissioning and having prepared by independent consultants the studies to support understanding of the project and the potential environmental effects or benefits of the project. Those are filed with government. Government reviews them. They have a technical advisory committee that is formed from representatives of many provincial government departments as well as federal government departments to review the technical aspects of the project. And then the other thing we're doing now is, as a company, we're coming out and engaging. We're providing information. We're answering questions about the project. Government is here as well because they're interested in hearing the questions and concerns, and they've got their own obligation with respect to what's commonly called Section 35 consultation, government to government. And so that's what we're doing now. Previously, what's been done, for example, we were here for some meetings at the end of August. As a company, we were here engaging with the community, providing information, answering questions. That's all the company can do. Companies don't do consultation, not anymore anyway. The consultation is something that's the responsibility of the government decision makers.
Doug, so I just to add to what Doug said, so when the government, the provincial government, they're the regulatory authority, they're the ones that issue the license and approve amendments or these alterations. So part of the process, and they have a duty, and I won't just call it duty to consult, but to accommodate and other stuff, right? They have to listen to the nations, the indigenous communities that are going to be impacted by whatever it is that's approved. So, you know, and this is our chance. So whatever it is that we need to bring out, and it's got to be brought out in this session and future sessions that are further to this. So I'm glad all these questions are being asked. There are some we can't answer because we're just doing the rights aspect of it at this meeting, and we decided that having the proponent present in the room would be valuable because only they can describe what changes are being proposed further to what Victor Nicol had submitted back in 2010. 10-ish, I'll say. It's a long time ago. But whatever it is we say, whatever it is we bring out, the government has to look at it in a serious way. And anything that we propose as accommodation measure, before they issue or approve those amendments. And Gary has something to say. You want to step up to that, Mike?
The province of Manitoba has a legal obligation. This legal obligation came from originally three court cases that happened or two court cases that happened in BC, one in Alberta in 2004 and 2005. Those court cases said that any government, when they contemplate an action or have a decision to make, are required by law to have Crown Indigenous consultation with the affected First Nation and rights holders of those First Nations. That doesn't mean that the company is let off the hook. The company still has an obligation to engage the First Nation, to provide information, as much information about the project as the First Nation requires in order for them to understand exactly what the project is all about and how it could potentially affect the exercise of treaty and Aboriginal rights.
My biggest worry about is, you probably knew Ghost Lake Narrows had a mine right in town. And what happened, it was sort of right on their treaty land entitlement. And that the lawyers are still fighting the Cree Nation to get paid. Because the lawyers are pulling a lot of money into this, asking how much they're going to get paid. I was in the treaty land entitlement as one of the councillors in there, and they keep coming asking, give us money, we're going to pay the lawyers. The lawyers are going after us to pay. And that's what the Ghost Lake Narrows had to do. They were given two payments, I don't know how much, but they were badly in a hole. So what happens, who's looking after this? There's lawyers at the back in there that are getting paid for this. They have to be. Because we're going to be in the hole, because that's according to this thing, this part of the treaty land entitlement. I was surprised to hear about it because that was my portfolio and I never heard anything about it. We went to visit the mine where you guys are working. We walked up there in that open pit mine that you have. In that area, I walked around in there and I seen it. So hydro poles are ready. There's a trailer there. Just kidding. Yeah, but it's like people have been working there for years and years before. So just tell you that we have to concern ourselves that people, especially the lawyers, are trying to get into this action. We know the lawyers are greedy about money, so they'll charge you guys like hell, especially the Norway House Green Asian. And you're going to answer to it later on in your life, but just something. So that kind of surprised me because I was in a TLE, treaty line entitlement, and not once did I ever hear, I knew there was a mine, but I never heard about flying nickel in there before until the announcement came in. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And just a reminder, there's no mine yet. And we can't go ahead and build a mine until we get the final approvals. And the other thing is that you can probably consider every single mining project or mineral deposit to be different. And if there are issues associated with a mineral deposit at Cross Lake, for example, and I'm somewhat familiar with that because I did some work on it for Cross Lake historically. But just because certain problems arose, for example, at Cross Lake, doesn't mean that the same issues will arise here, in part because this is a very different situation. We're not talking about a mineral deposit on reserve lands. In this case, we're talking about it within the traditional resource management area. So there's that an important distinction as well. And doesn't mean that the fact that it's not on reserve land means that we don't have to pay the same attention to potential environmental effects. We have to pay the same attention to those. But there are different legal implications associated with whether or not you're on reserve land. And we don't have those particular legal complications because reserve land isn't involved in this particular case.
Thank you, Hubert. So we're going to do a few more slides, and then we'll stop maybe 5 slides, and we'll give you an opportunity to ask more questions, if that's okay. Dean? Okay, we'll do a few more slides.
Okay, and the next part of the presentation, now I've been asked this question many times by people saying, well, it doesn't matter what the people in the community say, the government's going to let the project go ahead anyway. I hear that quite often. There's also possibly a belief that the questions and comments and concerns that are raised by communities can't possibly influence how a project is designed and implemented. Well, this particular project is an example that will demonstrate how those concerns of a community can have a really material influence on how a project is planned and actually resulted in some significant changes to the project plan compared to what was proposed back in 2010, 2011. I'm going to go through 4 areas of sort of key subjects of environmental considerations. I don't mean these to be the only considerations in any way, shape, or form. But for this particular project, these are sort of the key issues that have been raised over the years, so I want to make a point of addressing them today. There are other things as well. For example, it doesn't mean that wildlife isn't important, but far and away the biggest question that has come up repeatedly in relation to this project is potential effects on water and water quality and fish habitat and receiving waters. So I'm going to talk about permitting, what's been done so far, what remains to be done, how we're planning environmental management and integrating that into the project plan. I'm going to talk about environmental monitoring because there are always concerns that, well, once a project goes into operation, it's just the company that's responsible for environmental monitoring, and nobody's really sure whether they can believe that or not. Well, we're proposing a very different way for that environmental monitoring to be done. And then finally, I'm going to comment a little bit about how this project can contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and some of the related opportunities associated with those. Previously in environmental permitting, as Loretta mentioned earlier, there was an Environment Act license that was issued for the project in 2011. Norway House appealed that Environment Act license, and the key concerns there were, just as I mentioned, the potential effect of having a mine with tailings management located within the Lake Winnipeg and particularly the Limestone Bay watershed, and the potential adverse effects of any discharges from that operation to the fish and fish habitat in Limestone Bay, which I think is generally recognized as being the fish factory for the north end of Lake Winnipeg. Now, I'm not going to dwell on this slide, Jim, but what this slide shows is how the project was planned by the previous owner. The key elements of it were that 70% of any mine contact water from the site would be discharged north to the Minago River, 30% would be discharged south to Oakley Creek. The other key part of it is that the tailings impoundment area, which is pointed out by that arrow coming off to the right, was located within the Lake Winnipeg watershed. And those were the key things that Norway House were concerned about. And the previous owners began planning to address those, but they were never able to complete them. They filed what's called a Notice of Alteration in 2014, which is a notice to government that they're proposing some changes to the project and they need those changes to be approved. But that Notice of Alteration was never completed. And so the license remained in what's called abeyance, until presently. Victory Nickel went bankrupt earlier this year. Flying Nickel picked up the property from Victory Nickel last year, and we've since been working to complete project planning and to get those project changes approved by the Manitoba government so that the Environment Act license can be restored to good standing and the project could move forward. And Loretta just mentioned that all of the information that has been filed with the government describing the changes that are proposed and all of the supporting environmental information are on the Manitoba Environmental Approvals Branch public registry website. So they're all available to anyone who wants to go and have a look. So when Flying Nickel took over the project, we decided we wanted to look at all aspects of the project to make sure that what was proposed made sense from a technical perspective, from an environmental perspective, and most importantly, addressed those important concerns that Norway House raised back in 2011. So what we've done is we've put a lot more work into planning of water management on the site, and also to planning a new tailings storage facility that is outside the Lake Winnipeg watershed. Most of the time I'm in a small room and I can just run up and point at the screen. I'm not going to be able to do that here, and I don't have a laser pointer with me, so I'll apologize for that. But what we have with the revised water management plan is, if you look on the upper left-hand portion of the figure, the area in blue, that's the newly proposed tailings and waste rock storage facility. Some of the differences about it is it's been stepped up into the Minago watershed. The watershed divide is just located south of where that facility is now. The other aspects of it are that it is now bounded on the east and west sides by limestone bedrock ridges, rather than relying entirely on constructed dams for containment. We still need dams running across the north and the south margins of that tailings and waste rock management facility. But the other part of it is those dams are going to be much shorter than what was previously proposed. In that previous constructed tailings storage facility, the dams were planned at being about 23 meters in height, which, to put it into a more relatable term, is a 5 or 6 story building tall. The dams that are proposed for the new tailings storage facility, maximum height of about 13 meters. So almost half the height. The other thing about this entire mine site is the entire mine site is underlain by a layer of clay. There's the peat and the vegetation on the surface. Anybody who's been there understands that it's a pretty wet area. But underneath the peat and the vegetation is a very consistent layer that's 10 to 15 meters thick of clay. So the entire mine site is essentially has its own already built-in clay liner. And clay liners are something that are often constructed for various kinds of mine sites, tailing storage facilities, waste rock storage facilities, and so on. But so we're quite fortunate to have that clay liner already in place. Actually, it's clay that's settled out from the previous Lake Agassiz, so that a bit more than 10,000 years ago or so, when the last glaciation moved out of Manitoba, what developed in front, sort of behind that receding glacier, was a very large glacial lake. And what we find in southern Manitoba, well, this is actually sort of still southern Manitoba in some respects, there can be some fairly significant clay deposits that resulted from all of that runoff from the melting glaciers that settled out onto the bottom of this glacial Lake Agassiz. And that's one of the benefits that we have of this particular site. The other thing we've done is it was not obvious in the previous water management plan developed by Victory Nickel how water was going to be collected and managed on the site, how runoff from the various mine facilities would be collected and managed. So we commissioned the development of a surface water management plan that would lay out how that is done. The key part of it being, we want to make sure that runoff from any facility that manages material that was taken out of the ground is collected, and we are able to test it and make sure it's suitable for discharge, treat it if it needs to be treated before it can be released. At the same time, we don't want to have to collect any more of this, let's call it mine contact water, than is absolutely necessary. So we also want to make sure that we're keeping what's called clean water clean, that we're preventing the run-on of clean water to the mine site, instead diverting it around so that water stays clean. The other thing about this site, I mentioned this is a pretty wet area. Our single biggest water management activity is actually related to the pumping of clean groundwater so that it doesn't get into the open pit. That if all we did was begin developing the open pit, moving down into the rock formations, groundwater would continuously flow into the open pit and that clean water would pick up suspended solids, particulate material from the mining, potentially some contaminants from the mining, and it would just also make operating in the open pit difficult. The water management in the pit would be difficult, so what's done instead is perimeter dewatering wells are installed to prevent that water from flowing into the pit, and that way we've got clean water that can be discharged. A small percentage of that is actually used for the mining process to provide potable water for the camp and the offices and so on. But the remainder of that water is discharged off-site to the Minago River, but it is water that meets surface water quality objectives, so it doesn't need to be treated.
Side, there's a trail that used to go up, and there's muskeg water. How deep is that muskeg water on each side and on the other side? Because there's lots of water there.
There is lots of water, that's
Yeah.
right. And that is part of what I was talking about as far as water management is concerned.
So if you block it off here and block it off here, where is it going to go?
Well, we have to make sure that there are drainage channels to carry it away so that we don't want to just create bigger and bigger pools of muskeg water.
Without going over the highway.
Pardon me?
Without going over the highway.
Yeah, it wouldn't be very popular if it went to the highway, I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, we had that problem in the Highway 6, water going up. So,
That's right. Now, I'll get to a couple of slides and it'll be a little bit more obvious how the water is going to get to the Minago River from there. In fact, this very next slide deals with it. The water is conveyed from the site, from the settling ponds. I'm going to talk a bit about the water treatment facilities that will be in place as well. But there will be what the engineers call swales, what you or I would call a ditch, to carry water from the mine site north to the Minago River. And these swales have been designed so that there is control over that water from the time it leaves the mine site until it gets to the Minago River. It's not just dumped out on the landscape. Now, one of the things that many people are concerned about when it comes to mine sites is, these thoughts come to mind after they've seen pictures of other mine sites that have been developed in Manitoba, whether it's the Sheridan mine site, which operated from the 20s to the 50s, the Rattan mine site, Lynn Lake, and so on. In all of these cases, we're talking about mine waste that's called, it's sulfide-containing mine waste. And because it's sulfide-containing mine waste, when it's just dumped out on the ground the way they did at those locations, where the sulfides are exposed to air, those sulfides get turned, along with the addition of water, into sulfuric acid, into what's called acid mine drainage or acid rock drainage. And everybody is concerned, or certainly wants to know, if that's going to be an issue at this mine site as well. And there are two basic categories of rock that will be managed on this particular site. Non-acid generating rock, or potentially acid generating rock. Next slide will show you a breakdown between these rock types. But one of the sort of key aspects of this particular project is how much non-acid generating rock needs to be managed as part of the project. And what you'll see here is we have 6 different types of rock or mine waste that are managed on the site. The one at the very top is limestone, but geologists call it dolomite. Limestone is often used to actually neutralize acid rock drainage. It doesn't create acid rock drainage. And it's a very large number as far as how much rock is going to be generated from the project, 111 million tons. That's a really big pile of rock. Another 15 million tons of sandstone. An equal quantity of granite country rock. Now, this particular granite also is a non-acid generating material. The tailings themselves are non-acid generating, and a relatively small proportion of all the rock waste that needs to be managed on the surface. The reason the tailings are non-acid generating is all of the sulfide that is in the ore is removed in the production of the concentrate. The sulfides leave the tailings along with the nickel. That gets shipped off-site for further processing. So that non-acid generating rock accounts for about 88% of all of the rock materials that are handled as part of this project. About 36 million tons, or 12% of all the rock, is potentially acid generating. Now, what we've learned as a result of all of these poorly managed projects in the past is how to properly manage this potentially acid generating material so that it doesn't cause acid rock drainage. And what's been found is that one of the best ways to do it is to put that rock underwater right away. And now there are going to be a few surprised expressions on people's faces here, because you're going to go, say what? You're going to put it underwater and it's actually going to be better? Well, yes. And it's been proven out in numerous mine sites. And the reason for it is you can find your own evidence for why it works. If you've ever paddled a canoe down a stream or in the shallow part of a pond, and if you've ever stirred up those bottom sediments with your paddle, you may have seen some gas bubbles come up from those sediments that you've disturbed. And you may also smell a rotten egg smell that comes out of those gas bubbles when they come to the surface. That rotten egg smell is called hydrogen sulfide. It can only exist in the absence of oxygen, and yet it exists right at the bottom of that stream or pond that you've just disturbed. And that's pretty good evidence that there isn't oxygen getting down to the sulfides that are there. The other thing is there have been actual experiments done to prove this out. And one of those experiments was purely accidental, but it was done at the Sheridan mine site. There's a small lake called Fox Lake, and no, this is not the same Fox Lake that's in Lynn Lake. This is not the Fox Lake that's down the Nelson River. This is another little Fox Lake. Most of the tailings at Sheridan were just dumped out on the ground. But there were tailings that were placed underwater in Fox Lake. And to this day, and those tailings have been there for probably 70 plus years, the water quality in Fox Lake is better than it is in the adjacent lakes. So those tailings did not degrade water quality in Fox Lake at all. And there are lots of other examples of where putting potentially acid generating rock underwater at mine sites has prevented acid rock drainage. And so that's what we're proposing to do at this particular location as well. You'll recall that I referred to what was called the Tailings and Waste Rock Management Facility. That's because both tailings and that ultramafic waste rock will be placed underwater in that tailings management facility. The reason for that specifically is to prevent acid rock drainage. But okay, if we were to propose this project and say, without requiring any treatment at all, would it be okay to discharge water from this site? Well, there are times when that would be absolutely true. But there also may be times where it's not true. And so what we've done is we're proposing to incorporate water treatment into the project just to make darn sure that any water leaving the site is of quality that's appropriate for discharge without degrading water quality, in this case in the Minago River. And what we're proposing is the use of what's called passive or semi-passive water treatment systems. These are things that are coming into increasing use, not just in mining, but in lots of other applications. And what they do is they rely on natural processes that are already going on in the wetland that's north of this facility already. But they put them into a contained and managed system that works much more efficiently than if you were to just release the water out into a swamp or a wetland. And what we're proposing is a 3-element passive treatment system. And it's comprised of a first element, which is an iron terrace. And these iron terraces develop naturally. There are a number of them that have developed and are naturally operating in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado and elsewhere. And what they do is they help remove iron from the water, and iron can affect taste as well as the appearance of the water. A lot of the very brown water that you'll see coming from swamps and so on, that brown color in part is coming from metals like iron and manganese. The other thing the iron terrace will do is it will remove ammonia, removing ammonia matter, because as far as mining is concerned, that's done using explosives, and those are the most common explosive used for open pit mining is something called ammonium nitrate fuel oil, or ANFO. Obviously, there's ammonia in that, and not all of the ammonia is combusted in the blast. So there is residual ammonia that winds up in the water in the pit that has to be managed. And so the iron terrace provides us with a way of doing that. The other thing is, much as we've got lots of rock on site that's non-acid generating, it doesn't mean that nothing comes out of that rock. There can still be what's called neutral metal leaching, and it's things like aluminum or selenium or metals like those, or metals or metalloids like those, that can still come out of the rock. And so the next step in the treatment train is what's called a biochemical reactor. And a biochemical reactor isn't much different from the septic tanks that you've got attached to your houses right now. It's a big buried tank that is partially filled with organic matter. What kind of organic matter? It could be straw, it could be wood chips. The purpose for that organic matter is to feed bacteria, to stimulate bacterial activity, stimulate their growth. What those bacteria do is they consume oxygen and they create what's called anaerobic conditions. Those conditions precipitate things like selenium. And it's one of the most effective ways of removing selenium from water. If you've heard about like selenium problems in Western Canada associated with coal mines, biochemical reactors are what they're using to remove the selenium from those mine water streams. It's far and away the most effective way to do it, and much more, it's most effective, but it's also very economical, because otherwise you're looking at very expensive and complicated water treatment systems that actually don't do as good a job. And so that's the second step in the water treatment process. And then the third step is, in the biochemical reactor, the oxygen gets taken out of the water. We want to put that back before we discharge it. And so it goes through a surface aerobic polishing wetland, where that water is once again aerated. Any remaining particulate can settle out, And by the time the water gets to the end of that system, it will meet the Manitoba surface water quality objectives and guidelines for protection of aquatic life. And that's at the point of release, so that we don't have to rely on any dilution in the receiving waters at all to ensure that water quality is protected. Now, there have also been questions raised, and I think they're important, about, well, isn't this project potentially going to affect water quality in Little Limestone Lake? Well, the shorter answer to that is no. And the explanation for that is pretty simple. It would be necessary to make water flow uphill in order to get there. All of the water from the Minago project site will flow north. None of it will flow south. The other thing we've done is we've done some extensive investigations of groundwater around the project site. Some of that work was done to understand how much water was going to wind up in the open pit, but it was also done to understand whether groundwater system on the site was connected to any of the local streams. And there were two reasons for that. One is, was there potential for any contaminants to move through the groundwater to get to those local streams, or as a result of the groundwater drawdown to keep water out of the open pit, was that also have the potential to affect flows in those creeks? And what those groundwater studies demonstrated was that no, the groundwater system on the site is not connected to either Oakley Creek to the south or the Minago River to the north, so that by doing the groundwater pumping, we're not concerned that it's going to reduce flows in either of those creeks. At the same time, we also know that there isn't a migration pathway between the site and those creeks either. So that in that way, the streams to the south of the project, Oakley Creek, which ultimately flows into the William River and then into Limestone Bay, are protected from site activities. Any water that is discharged from this project goes north. Any water needing treatment is treated before it's discharged, so that anything going north is already compliant with the Manitoba Surface Water Quality Objectives. A clause in the existing Environment Act license, and we fully expect that it's going to remain there, is that the project cannot and must not cause any of those Manitoba Surface Water Quality Objectives or guidelines to be exceeded in the Minago River. That's why we've taken the step of treating to meet those criteria at the point of release. Now, a gentleman earlier mentioned the Rockcliffs Tower project. That project is much farther south, and there may be other questions associated with operating there in much closer proximity to Little Limestone Lake, but it's important not to confuse the Minago project with the Rockcliffe project, because they are very different projects.
But they'll still be subject to the same legislation.
That's right, they'll be subject to the same requirements. It's just that they have to go through their own independent review. Finally, we talk about environmental monitoring, because if all mine sites could, absolutely.
Good morning. My name is Samantha Falster. My spirit name is Southwind Thunderbird Woman. I've been listening to your presentation. I kind of walked in late. I apologize for that. But I guess one of the questions, it's not really a question actually. I think it's more or less comments about the whole mine issue. I know that there was a memorandum of understanding back in 2010, which is a document, as you stated, as what it is. It's something that could potentially happen and negotiate. But one of the things that I'm concerned about is that this is not just a Norway House Cree Nation issue. This is a Treaty 5 issue. And even though limestone and Lake Manitoba are not going to be, Winnipeg Lake, whatever, is not going to be affected, you're going through Minago River, you're going north, and it's going to affect Cross Lake. That's where the Minago flows into. So has Cross Lake been consulted about these things? Have we talked to other communities how it's going to affect? Because it seems as if, well, for me, as a member, just finding out in February that there was a mine, no information being shared up until today about this. Who signed the agreement? What's the agreement? You said there was no agreement yet, but then there's people working there already. So it's kind of confusing. I'm kind of confused about what's really happening there right now. And I don't think as a community, obviously, you look at in this room, people work. They can't come to a meeting. They're probably listening in. You know, they're trying their best to communicate and be a part of this presentation, but they can't. I don't think that this is a consultation enough to say, okay, yes, let's do this. I'm not comfortable with that at all as a member of this community. And as a woman, I don't agree with any water being disrupted or land. I'm thinking about my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, and unfortunately, if that's not how leadership of the day feel, that's fine. That's their decision, or anybody's decision for that matter. There's a lot of dollar signs. That's a good sign, I guess, for some. But I think that there needs to be a clear understanding as to what's going to be happening in regards to our land and our water, because I don't agree with this mine at this time. There's not enough information. It's moving too fast and quick without even allowing people to understand and know what's going on. There's some questions that I have from the youth that I can share with you. And, but that's just my opinion. Like, I'm not comfortable with just having this as a consultation. I'm not sure when the mine is supposed to be starting. I think you kind of talked about it a bit. But I don't think there's enough consultation for our people, and let alone Treaty 5 area. I talked to, because that's where my family's from too, is Cross Lake. And I think we need to really consider allowing them to know and having consultation with them and having meetings with them also, because I don't think it's fair that we're going to make a decision so big and dumping whatever you're putting in the Minago, good or not. But they should actually, you know, be able to have some say, is what I'm saying.
That we have the province here, so the province gonna answer that question or address that concern?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Yeah, the consultation is not only with Norway House. We start with Norway House because the project, the mine site is located in the RMA of Norway House, so that's where it begins. We've also scoped in Cross Lake, and Cross Lake is going to be a very important one because, like you say, the Minago River flows right into Cross Lake. We would expect that there would be monitors from the different communities, Cross Lake, Norway House, Moose Lake, and Grand Rapids. So those are the 4 communities that we scoped in. We know that it's in the Treaty 5 area. We will make Treaty 5 aware that the project is happening, but the consultation will be focused on the 4 communities, Norway House, Cross Lake, Moose Lake, and Grand Rapids.
So the other thing I'll add to that is historically, there was more engagement between the previous holder of the property and the other 3 communities than there was with Norway House, for whatever reason. What we're really doing in Norway House now is catching up to that. The project, as Gary indicated, is in the traditional resource management area of Norway House. It's pretty close to the traditional territories of those other 3 communities as well. And was that a mistake by the previous company? Yeah, you could probably say so. So that's why perhaps you haven't heard as much about the project historically as has been the case in the other communities. And yes, Cross Lake is definitely going to be important, but the other part of Cross Lake is that they were previously engaged on the project as well.
Yes. Yes, I agree. I actually was a leader of this community prior, so I did have the portfolio prior, so I kind of reviewed some of this information. So I kind of know of what had happened in the past, and it did sit still for a few years up until now. And those exact concerns you discussed already, I think, and but I'm still, for me as a community member, and I brought this up with the leadership last night, and is one thing is I had received a call yesterday, and I had a conversation with a man who this affects his trap line too. So I'm not sure where the Trappers Association, I think the one that is a spokesperson is not here, or maybe he is, I don't know, but it's affecting his trap line, and that's something that needs to be talked about too. And is he going to be compensated for that? Because he can't, that's his livelihood, right? And that's a traditional territory that's being torn apart.
And I can comment to that directly right now, because we have already engaged with the trapper and are in the process of discussing those accommodations.
Okay, I'm not done yet. One of my recommendations, I said to leadership last night, I'm more comfortable to move forward with a mine if we have a vote on it as a community. It's not fair that we have 6, 7 people who sit at this table who are supporting, right? And then there's how many of us sitting here? I think there needs to be a good percentage of community members to vote. And a voting process is the only way for me that I'll support a mine, for sure. If the people say, okay, yes, well, let's do it then. That support has to be there from the community, at least 51%. And that's 6,000 people that are not here, if not 7,000 or 8,000 people. That's a lot of people to make a decision for. And I do believe in self-governance. I do believe in consultation. And I just wanted to share that today, because as a woman too, I'm looking at my grandchildren. A lot of people talk about this, and they have discussed it. They're not here because they're working. But that's what I'm stating, that if we're not going to do a voting process, then I'll have to protest this process. And I don't think I need to go there. I think we just need to communicate, and we need to do things properly. And I think that our people need to have a voice, and that 50% of those people need to be a part of this decision. And then I'll say, okay, well, you guys decided that. But I'm not comfortable with just leadership saying, okay, this is what we're doing. Oh, and some of the conversation last night was, well, I can't, if I come to the people for everything, then we'll never get anything done. That's not the case. This is a really important issue. And I'm not comfortable with moving forward and having a mine put in place because of that. So I'm just talking from a woman's perspective. I am looking after my great-grandchildren. And I am a protector of the water and the land. And that's a responsibility that's been given to me. So that's what I will do. Until I have 50% of people stating in the community that they're going to agree, then so be it. But I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for a lot of other people behind me, so.
So we are recording all the questions, the comments, so it will go in a report to council. It's the same, we have talked to the trapper, we met with the fishers, and I say we as we're Norway House Cree Nation reps, but everything we've heard, it will be documented and submitted to council. So we're gonna let Doug finish the presentation, and then we'll have lunch. I want to get to Dean's questions, but we'll probably have to try and do that this afternoon in the public. If that's okay, Dean, you're okay with it? Yeah, I know, because you're really anxious. So thank you very, very much, Samantha, for all those comments. I feel that.
Yeah, I think there just needs to be more information, more connection with the community, because there's only how many of us here out of 8,000 people. That's so inappropriate that we're going to move forward with a project with nobody here. Thank you.
Okay. So just Doug will finish the presentation, and we'll have somebody bless the food, and we'll eat.
Okay, I was just moving into, and thank you very much for your comments as well. I can see leadership is going to have some interesting conversations with the community going forward. But then get to the point of, okay, decisions are made for a project to go ahead, Environment Act license is issued, but then how is the performance of the mine, how is the environmental management performance of the mine going to be evaluated? Well, it's evaluated in a number of ways by both the provincial and the federal governments. Traditionally, the company has an obligation under any Environment Act license that is issued to conduct monitoring. The company has an obligation under the mining and metal and diamond mining effluent regulations, which is a federal regulation under the Fisheries Act, to conduct particular monitoring. And that work is done. Those results are reported to the province and to Environment and Climate Change Canada. They review it, evaluate it, sometimes question it. But those obligations are continuing. But then, how can the company conduct environmental monitoring in a way that the communities can understand and feel it's truly representing their interests, that nothing is being hidden, that all of the information that is gathered is available and is understandable to the community? Typically, companies have their own environmental departments. They may hire consultants from the south to do specialized work, and then every once in a while go into communities to report the results. What we're proposing for this project is that the monitoring itself actually be contracted to the communities, so that the work is being done by what amount to environmental monitoring businesses developed by the communities, so that it's people from the communities that are coming in, doing the environmental monitoring. They're the ones who can say, yeah, they're doing what they said they're going to do, or no, they're not quite measuring up. Because people from the communities are first answerable to their community before anything else. So I think that's a fundamental difference for what we're proposing for this project in comparison to what projects typically have done. The other thing that we have proposed is the establishment of a joint environmental management and monitoring committee. That committee would be responsible for developing and making sure they're implemented, the environmental monitoring program, so that there is community input into the environmental monitoring program. So it's not just what some consultants or government scientists think is appropriate, but it also addresses the needs and expectations of the communities that are involved. This committee would have one representative from the company and one representative from each of the 4 communities that we've been talking about: Norway House, Cross Lake, Grand Rapids, and Moose Lake. So I've talked about who we think should do it. Who verifies the work? Well, as I mentioned, monitoring results are reported to the provincial and federal government. They review, audit that work. In addition, they will periodically come out. They'll take their own independent samples of any discharges from the site. They'll review monitoring programs, data collection, that kind of thing. Under the metal and diamond mining effluent regulations, there are studies called environmental effects monitoring. The purpose of those studies is to determine if there are any changes occurring in the aquatic environment that is receiving a discharge. We're not talking about a focus on adverse effects. We're talking about determining if there's any change at all. If there is any change at all, a mine has to go into a separate set of studies called an investigation of cause. The cause of that change has to be determined. And only after a change has been detected, a cause has been determined, is there a determination of whether or not any sort of mitigation needs to be done. But these changes aren't always negative. Sometimes you can wind up with fish growing faster, with more algae growth. Up to a point that can be beneficial, but beyond a point it's not anymore. So these are the kinds of studies that are done as part of the obligation of an operating mine. And Environment Canada will come out, they will audit the study work when it's being done in the field, they audit the results. So there's government auditing that's done, but then there also should be an opportunity for communities to come out and do their own work as well. Part of that is done because communities will be doing the environmental monitoring. The other aspect of that is that's a business opportunity for the First Nations. Because as everybody here knows, lots of organizations spend a lot of money to hire environmental consultants in the north. Almost all of them come from southern Manitoba or other parts of Canada. There's no reason why much more of that work can't be done by the folks who live in the north. And more importantly, it should be done by the folks who live in the north. And we're hoping to use this project as a way to build that capacity. And as far as who gets the monitoring results, we're planning to establish a website where all of the environmental monitoring results will be posted and available to anyone who wants to go and have a look. So there it's possible in pretty close to real time for anyone in the community to go and say, okay, well, what's Flying Nickel been doing over the last 3 months? Have they been meeting their Environment Act license obligations or not? Do we need? I'm on my last one here. Okay? And I mentioned at the start of my talk that I was also going to talk a little bit about the role of limestone in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As I pointed out many slides ago, the project is going to generate 111 million tons of limestone. Well, what can that limestone be used for? Well, it can be used for building materials, for roadbed material, it can be used for riprap, for shoreline protection, but it can also be ground up and used for the production of what's called eco-cement. What's eco-cement? Well, Portland cement, it's a critical component of concrete. Well, you can substitute up to 15% of the Portland cement in a mix with ground limestone. And what that does is that reduces the greenhouse gas footprint of that Portland cement by about 15%. The only material that humans on Earth use more than cement is water. The second most used material in the world is cement. And if you can reduce the carbon footprint of cement by 15%, it's a very significant reduction in global greenhouse gas production. So that's one of the business opportunities that potentially associated with this project going forward. And with that, certainly there will be lots more questions. This is by no means the one and only opportunity to learn about the project, to ask questions, to express concerns, and even the community meeting this afternoon is not the only other opportunity for that. If it turns out that there's interest in having meetings in evenings so that people who work during the day are able to participate, if there are other ways of making sure that presentations are recorded so that people can view them when they're off work, all of those accommodations are possible because it's most important that as many people as possible learn about the project and have opportunities to ask their questions and hear the answers.
Thanks, Doug. Dean, you're staying for the rest of the day, or you're not traveling today, right? After you're done, it's a while, eh? It's a ride, quite the ride. Okay, well, we'll have a quick lunch, maybe half hour, and then we'll start again. I'm going to ask Elder Bob Turner to bless the food. You could go to this mic here. Yeah, give him that mic there. Doug, you want to give him the mic?
Imagina skomitnano taina nanosati pichidishagage mnemias tamaho magaiti shimitia kitaminoskarwa yeskarwa ke bless you the food in Jesus' name. Amen.
Well, the good news is, I talked to Sam. I said, you know what, just go and send me the information. He's going to stop traveling somewhere. He got an extra one? One hook down there. Radio went really well. And when I saw what's his name, your host, he had a great message. He said, "What up? You guys are clear, good information." I said, "Oh, thanks."
We did a phone call sometimes. Nobody showed up and we just went on the radio.
Not bad now.
Yesterday was fun. Yesterday.
Hello. All right now? Okay. No, that's good. It's all good information. No, but it's all good information, and I'm happy with it.
Check, check. So it's almost 1 o'clock. We're going to get started for our afternoon. So we have an agenda here. We're going to start with an opening prayer. We're going to ask Steve Robertson to open with our meeting with a prayer. Steve, would you go to that mic?
Good afternoon. Can you all stand? Can you point out as we open in prayer? No man to iso kaget semano. Sige ma winagahin ko na yustat. Winagahin ko na gimini ko si pagisik. Agumina manaski no gimini ko na ape waga penament. My Lord, we come before you in that mighty name of Jesus. Lord, we ask you for your graces. This meeting to be open, Lord. We ask you for the benefit of our people. Kahinigo na naipanik, Lord. Kahinigo na Amenopanik, Lord, for our people, and we pray, Lord, that everything to be done safely and decently and in order. And we thank you again, Lord. It is past the mahum of this meeting in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Steve. Next on our agenda, we have some opening comments from council. So can we ask council members to come up?
Danke. Good afternoon, Councillor Dave Swanson. And I'd like to welcome everybody here today and welcome the people who are on the media, YouTube. This is a good opportunity for people that are out there that have questions about this mine, have questions or concerns that they want to address or they would like to have answered. This is a good opportunity for us to do that. And there's been lots of questions that I've had over the last several times we were able to get together with these people. And, of course, I still have questions. One of the things I want to make sure that as a representative of Norway House is that the safety procedures are followed. I want to make sure that this is a benefit to our nation, a benefit to our people. The opportunity, yesterday we talked about the number of youth, the number of young people that are unemployed in our community, that are on the welfare line. And this is a great opportunity for people to address that and for us to take a look at that. But we have to make sure that our land and our resources are protected. But we also have to look at as well us benefiting. There's a lot of opportunity in the past that we haven't really benefited from. Look at the hydro developments. We haven't benefited as much as we should have. So this opportunity is here that if we can negotiate to get a good deal out of this, to make sure that our community benefits and our people benefit, and with training aspect and employment aspect, and moving forward, making sure that we reap the benefits from this. So with that, I hope we have a good meeting, and this isn't the only time, the opportunity, but there'll be other opportunities as well, but this is a good time for us to start. Egusane.
Like I said, that's it. Councillor Eddie Albertnia, bring you greetings. Nistael, I am a strong believer in protecting our environment, especially Nistael, as I work with Parks and Recreation and looking at tourism. It's important to make sure you ask these questions to make sure that we benefit health-wise, even how we can always improve our livelihood as one person, I guess. We want to make sure we ask those right questions so we can find those answers that we're looking for, and that we don't regret doing anything that we should be doing. Marama Aonista, we got to look at our community in the long run. I know that our community has a long history of a long history, I guess you can say, with the trading route, as well as our resources in Payments Creek to Molson Lake. But we got to look at, get those questions in, so we make sure that we're responded correctly. That you want to, and ask Wanista Gitoma to come here, and hope you continue on these questions. And of course, we can't do this today, just one time. We'll have to make sure that we have more meetings, consultation to our community, and I'm going to put this forth is we have these meetings in the evenings so we can have our community members attend. We don't have many right here right now, but I think most of them are working, and I encourage that this consultation be done after hours, so more people come in here to ask these questions. Maybe we can ask those questions on the on YouTube, perhaps, and our good friends from Nomad can forward those questions to us if they come across on YouTube. Eguse, continue to ask questions.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson and Councillor Albert. So welcome everybody to our afternoon, our open community session that is going to kickstart the consultation process for the Minago mine, our round two, because this is subsequent to what we had done in 2011. And just further to Councillor Albert's comments, we will be doing a work plan and schedule of all the meetings that will be upcoming, working with the province. My name is Loretta Mowat. I'm the environmental coordinator and consultation for this project, part of the team. My partner will be Gilbert Fredette going forward, and members of council. So what we have on our agenda next, we will have a presentation from the province of Manitoba, question and answer period, and then we will have our Flying Nickel presentation and a question and answer period. So I'm going to call up the province. I believe it's Fiona McIntyre, but if the province, would you mind standing up for our viewers? Gary. These are our visitors in the community from the province of Manitoba that will be working with us on the Crown Indigenous consultation for Minago mine.
Yes.
Hold it really close because it's not very sensitive.
Hello, everyone. My name's Leona McIntyre, and I work with this team here, and I am new to the project, so they're making me do the presentation. No, I'm teasing. I just wanted to share with you some of the things that the province will be doing and how we can work with you in a good way. So, let me just see. Okay, so I'll get out of the way. So when we look at our duty to consult, the government of Manitoba recognizes it has a legal duty to consult in a meaningful way with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit community. When any proposed, provincial law, I'm back feed here. When any proposed provincial law, regulation, decision, or action may infringe upon or adversely affect the exercise of an Aboriginal right or treaty right of a specific Aboriginal community. And so the duty arises out of Section 35 of the Constitution Act from 1982, which protects Indigenous and treaty rights. So Section 35(1), the existing Aboriginal and treaty rights of it says Aboriginal peoples of Canada. Are hereby, sorry, just a little glitch there. The existing Aboriginal and treaty rights of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada are hereby recognized and affirmed. And as well in Section 35(2) in this Act, Aboriginal peoples of Canada includes the Indian, Inuit, and Métis peoples of Canada. And those are the right out of the Constitution. So what is Crown Indigenous consultation? It is a Crown obligation, and the proponents do not have to consult, but they may be expected to participate as they play a role by sharing the information. And it is a process by the Crown, which is the province of Manitoba at this stage, and there's 4 phases to the consultation process. So it focuses on impacts to Indigenous and treaty rights, and to also then identify accommodation measures in avoiding, minimizing, or mitigating the potential adverse effects. So the role of the Manitoba government. So we're here to help and encourage proponent to do early engagement with Indigenous communities. And I was yesterday in a meeting, and one of our elders there, he said, "What's the definition of early?" And we all thought, before anything. So when we say early, we mean early, and that's up to the proponent. So we want to assess whether the duty to consult is triggered, and that's where we do an initial assessment. We then notify Indigenous communities and proponents when the duty to consult has been triggered. And any information sharing in a meaningful way with Chief and Council, we will do that. So we plan and we proceed with Crown Indigenous consultation. We help project details, short and long-term adverse effects to the land and the water, natural resources, timelines, reports, maps, anything pertaining to this project. We meet with the community members to listen and to understand their concerns and answer their questions. And that's why we're here, folks. We really want to help you with that understanding and share this information. So another part of the role of the Manitoba government, we also work with Chief and Council, and we work with them to collaboratively agree in a work plan, as Loretta had mentioned, and including meetings with elders, community members, to present this proponent's project and hear the concerns of the community. You know, we want to make sure we want to hear the concerns that you have related to this project and to the impacts to the land and their Indigenous and to your Indigenous and treaty rights. We'll provide information about the government decision-making process to the proponents and to you, the Indigenous communities. We'll communicate the decision made in writing to the First Nation and to the proponent. So consultation takes place in every stage of mineral work, from mine exploration, mine development, mine operation, and closure and reclamation. So phase one of our initial assessment and planning. So Manitoba will identify the lead department, complete an initial assessment, as I had mentioned, and develop an overall plan for the consultation process. So in the initial assessment, the department will determine whether the duty to consult is triggered and for which communities. As Gary had mentioned earlier, the 4 communities involved in this project. So once we do that, we'll establish the level of consultation required with each community. And based on those results of the initial assessment, the department will create an overall plan for the consultation process, and that's things like including the budget. And based on the results of the initial assessment, the department will create an overall plan. Oh, sorry, I said that. Geez, I'm repeating myself. Maybe I should be wearing my glasses, sorry. So the department will consider timing that is mutually appropriate for Manitoba and the community capacity and community consultation protocols as well, if they are applicable. And then we look at phase 2 of the community consultation process. So the bulk of the consultation takes place in phase 2. So what happens in this phase, a community-specific consultation process with each Indigenous community is planned and carried out. And the process depends on the level of consultation. And when we look at phase 2, again, it begins again with the initial communication to the community. The government is undertaking consultation with respect to the proposed decision or action. And if Manitoba does not receive a response from a community, Manitoba must make all reasonable efforts to follow up and contact the Indigenous community, including telephone calls, emails, faxes, letters, and possibly a visit to the community. And thank you for lunch, by the way. I just wanted to put that in there. That was delicious. Thank you. Sorry, I'm always thinking of food. So low-level consultation process typically occurs by letter. Medium to high-level consultation process typically involve meetings with the community. For all processes, the lead department will record the community concerns and proposed accommodation measures that arise and are discussed throughout the consultation process, as well as the department's responses to these concerns and the accommodation measures. Then we have phase 3. That's where the analysis and the recommendations come about. The department will analyze and respond to the community's comments and concerns, and this response will require analysis of whether concerns are significant or minor, whether they have already been addressed through project design or the proponent, and if not, whether there needs to be accommodation. The department will prepare a summary table of each concern and proposed accommodation measure and Manitoba's response to each concern and/or measure. This will be provided to the Indigenous community and allow for a reasonable opportunity for their input on the summary. And if applicable, the department will need to plan for accommodation measures, which may include certain conditions for approval, changes to the proposed activity, or denial of the application. And lastly, the department will complete the final consultation report, which will include the concerns identified and accommodation measures raised by those affected communities. The final report will be submitted to the designated decision maker for consideration. The decision maker will consider the report before making any decision that may adversely affect Aboriginal and treaty rights. So then we get to phase 4, the final reporting, implementation, and the monitoring. So the department will communicate the Crown's decision to each Indigenous community that participated in the consultation process and explain whether and how each specific concern raised by the community was and or will be addressed. And for higher level consultation, we may hold follow-up meetings with the community to discuss the decision and accommodation measures with you. And the lead department will be responsible to ensure the implementation of Manitoba's decision and accommodation measures and to monitor the effectiveness of the accommodation measures in, say, avoiding, minimizing, or mitigating the adverse effects of the decision or action on Aboriginal and treaty rights. And where applicable, the government can coordinate with other departments to carry out implementation and monitoring of the decision and accommodation measures. So when we look at proponent engagement, so the proponents wanting to work in Manitoba, whether being new to the province or not, are strongly encouraged to engage early with the community or communities surrounding the proposed work, and this saves time and to gather social support from the community. Our department always attempts to guide the proponent early, to engage early with the communities, and also to inform the proponent the best way to proceed with work based on our experience and our understanding of the permitting system. So this could look like, say, introducing the proponent to the community, such as the chief and council, the elders, and any land users. You know, we want to inform the proponent of any customary protocol or preferred methods of contact, such as through legal counsel. It's what you decide. And exploration activities that can be started before proposed work, or work is not permitted. This can include funding a heritage land study, presenting company information to the community, things like that. And the department aims to ensure that the proponent understands the consultation process and fills in any gaps. Our department also works to inform the proponent on the status of their permit and aims to narrow in timelines that are beneficial to the proponent and the communities. So reconciliation. Reconciliation is about establishing and maintaining a mutually respectful relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in this country. We want to invite you to dialogue with us, to listen to the opportunity to share your concerns and your ideas in how to mitigate an impact related to the land. So we use Manitoba's Path to Reconciliation Act 2016 as a touchstone for working in a good way with Indigenous communities. And so we have the guidelines that we have. There's 4 of them. The respect. You know, reconciliation is founded on respect for Indigenous nations and Indigenous peoples. Respect is based on awareness and acknowledgement of the history of Indigenous peoples and appreciation of their languages, cultures, practices, and legal traditions. The other one is engagement. Reconciliation is founded on engagement with Indigenous nations and Indigenous peoples. And then we have understanding. You know, reconciliation is fostered by striving for a deeper understanding of the historical and the current relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples and the hopes and aspirations of Indigenous nations and Indigenous peoples. And then we have action. Action, reconciliation is furthered by concrete and constructive action that improves the present and future relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. Thank you, and if you have any questions, my team's here to answer them. Our team, it's not my team, all of a sudden I just took ownership, but yeah, if anyone has some questions.
Raise your hand if you have any questions. Dean?
I actually had a bunch of questions from earlier before, but I'll just kind of go in little tidbits and stuff, I guess, up and down. So, when you were considering, like, out of the respect, things of that nature, and we talk about reconciliation, do we consider that when we do put a mine in place that it further separates an Aboriginal peoples from their land? And could that not in turn hamper reconciliation for them not being able to return to that land to actually find healing and practices and stuff? Is that taken into consideration?
Actually, we do work with a lot of the communities, and they help us understand how that land will be reused again. And we can't make that decision for you. Gary, anyone care to jump in? Introduce yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Gavin. I work with Leonie here, as well as Kayla and Gary, and I think you make a great point. Your name's Dean? Yeah, so thank you for your question, Dean. And part of that is you know, a mine such as you know, a proposed project like this, you know, that social support is coming from the community, not from the government, right? We take in your concerns, but ultimately we're not decision makers. And exactly what Leona's saying, it's going to be up to the community to say whether or not they want the project or not. And that healing that you're talking about isn't driven from a perspective of budgeting or whatever the government is providing, but that's going to come from your community as a whole and the way that your leadership is conducting that. So while we don't have any quote unquote control over healing process, you know, part of our consultation, we hear your concerns to maybe uncover what is needed through the community in a way of whether there be healing or job opportunities and stuff like that. So you know, I would leave it at that and saying, you know, we can't control how the community heals, but we can help facilitate that in a way of meaningful consultation.
That being said, so I guess to the province, and if Norway House did have a vote, the people of Norway House, and they did vote against this mine, what would be the province's next step on that? Would they also like put away the permits and stop the licensing and stuff?
Gary, I'll get you because the permitting part is not my strong suit.
Any decision made by the government has to be done after they've considered all the concerns and issues raised by the First Nation. If the government is unable to substantially address their concerns and issues, then the decision maker should come to the conclusion that the mine would not go forward. However, the provincial government does have the final say on the decision whether to issue or not to issue. We hope that we would receive enough information from the First Nation in order for the decision makers to make an informed decision about the project.
Sorry, Dean, we missed that question.
I just kind of stated that, so even if the community did say no, that it would still be possible that the province would move ahead anyway, even if the community was against it.
And what did he say?
I told him that it would be a possibility that it would still go forward, although our recommendation, if that were the case, would not to go forward. But like I said, we are not the decision makers, we are the consultation people.
I have a question, Gary. So thank you to Fiona for the presentation. It sheds a little light on the duty of the provincial government to consult when there's a proposed activity, such as the Minago mine. But I think before we get Flying Nickel up here, I think somebody needs to put it into perspective. What is the status of the mine right now from the province's perspective? Like, what class are we talking about, and what is the process where they would get permits? And how, you know, I think that's really important so we know where things are at right now.
As it stands now, as I understand it, Flying Nickel does have an Environmental Act license on the property. What the application that they've made, whether it's complete or not, I'm not certain, but certainly the application is for an alteration to the application, and the environment people have deemed it to be a major alteration, which means it's got to go through a consultation process. The alteration itself cannot be issued until the consultation is complete with all affected Indigenous communities.
I know we asked you this morning, or somebody asked it this morning. So there are 4 nations that are considered to be potentially impacted by the mine. What is the status of consultations? I think Samantha asked that question.
Actually, this is our very first meeting on the consultation process. We haven't even sent out notification letters to the First Nation. We were invited to this meeting and asked to start the consultation. We still need to send out the official notification letters to the First Nations in order to get the proper consultation started.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for anybody from the province? Just raise your hand. Wayne?
Hi, Wayne Anderson, treaty number 3022. I just wanted to state, Liam, for a fact that I'm a proud Norway Cree Nation member, and I live on a Cree Nation. I lived here all my life, and I know there was a lot of negativity, comments, and all that from yesterday, stemming out from yesterday. But today, why can't we discuss some positive things about the mine? Like, I'm all for opportunities, whether they're business opportunities or job opportunities or any type of opportunities that we can bring our youth that are jobless, homeless, all these things that are negative that the community suffers from. It seems like we have to listen to sit here and listen to negativity, grumpiness. We don't want to listen to that anymore. Let's listen to some positive things that this mine will bring, and let's hear some of those.
Thanks, Wayne.
I do agree with Wayne, but however, we still have to look at and really assess the negative sides of things. Like, I don't want to come here and hear all the pretty words and everything nice you have to say about this mine. I want to know what happens when the defecation hits the rotary oscillator and your tailings breaches or something catastrophic happens in the mine, and then what happens? So I think that's why we have to address the negative sides of what can happen with this mine, especially environmentally. There's like fishermen in the area, trappers, even the people working there. I had seen mention that there's going to be like the acquisition of frac sand. Even with that, there's inherent dangers. It's carcinogenic, things like that will be in there. And is there protections for workers like that if you start taking frac sand out of the ground?
Do you want to address that? Do you want to answer that question? Introduce.
Okay, the subject of frac sand came up. Now, that was something that was part of the previous project proposal. Frac sand is not going to be produced by the project going forward. That frac sand was going to be produced from sandstone, but it's not sitting in the ground as frac sand. It needs to be processed. So it will be sandstone that's removed from the ground and treated as a waste rock. And as far as worker protection is concerned, that's something that is done in all parts of a mining operation. For example, respiratory protection from dust of any sort, not just something like a sandstone dust. So it's necessary to, and as far as planning and operating a project, it's the first line of defense is, for example, to prevent dust from being produced in the first place. If it's not possible to prevent dust production, it's necessary to provide environmental control so that workers aren't exposed to it. And that would be things like appropriate ventilation and so on. And then the final level of protection, of course, is personal protective equipment, respirators and so on. So it's really a three-level course of worker protection that's necessary. That's just one example. That applies to any part of a mining operation. And worker safety today is a paramount concern. That historically it's true, mining was particularly dangerous. It's still a dangerous activity, but it is much, much safer than it used to be because of all of these safety procedures that are put in place.
So I know we met with fishers yesterday, and one of the questions that came up was, so there is exploration that's continuing while they're doing this process, consultation and licensing or permitting, re-permitting. So if the mine were to expand, does that trigger a new Environment Act license? That was a question that came yesterday.
If the mine were to expand from the current license area, then they would require to make a new application or an alteration to the existing license, and then the environmental people will decide whether that's a major alteration or a minor alteration. If it is a major alteration, and I think it would probably be a major alteration, then that would trigger the consultation process.
So basically that was the response provided by Doug, was that it would either result in a new notice of alteration or a new consultation or new EAL.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I think, being asked even on Facebook. So it's, I see that it's either or. So I guess we'll just leave it at that for now. But I mean, it's something that we can say as a nation. So any new expansions that they trigger a new process, permitting process, in terms of accommodation. So if anyone's taking notes from the province, that's one thing I'd like to propose. Sorry, Doug.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, Stephen?
Well, MOU, to my understanding, information is when they signed that, what month did they sign that MOU?
January?
A year ago or January this year?
Last June. I thought it was in February. Oh, yeah. August.
The final
Beginning of
signature.
August. It was around here when they signed it. December.
Because there's a lot of things that are missing here in the meeting. Like for me, when you want to consult somebody, everything should be included on there. And when I Googled flying nickel, I've seen a lot of stuff there that are not seen here. The shares and how things are done, and even certain things that the province is saying today I did not know, that it can go forward without anything. That's something new for me to hear. And memorandum understanding, even consultation, even through the past with governments, there were not really consultations, but they were in different areas. I hope this will not happen like that. When a consultation comes, like under the NFA and MIA, it was done somewhere else. But here we want to see information forwarded. Even what I see on my phone when I Google that, there was other deposits in that area. That's not only 10 years the way I see it in that booklet, and the shares that are being spoken about, even Blackstone and all those information. I would want to see all those, what has been done from the beginning, from Minago project with that nickel mine. We sat there as Norway House to understand it more. But a consultation, I believe, it needs to be more than that. A legal interpretation also could be given to the people. That's where the most important part is. Same thing when you buy a vehicle. It's not the front page that's really legal, but it's the back part, what's signed. It's the legal obligation, and especially the province. And here I don't see federal government to be here. Because one of the treaty rights is through the federal government. And I believe as First Nations, they should be here as consultation, because it's affecting not only the province, right through Canada. Everything that's done in courts is also federal, Supreme Court. If it's challenged, so it's taken to court, federal or provincial. Because we went through issues with fishing. We got taxed. It took us 9 years to win that case. And had to go through stages. But eventually we won that case in court. And through there I learned quite a bit. And many things that are done in office behind closed doors. Like these are the things that needs to be addressed to our people. That's why chief and council were chosen there to inform the people. Everything has been done step by step. A lot of things I see here, it's pretty much been happening like this for First Nations, consultation. And these are the things, I didn't finish school, but through boards, that's how I learned in meetings and minutes. But especially legal advice, I believe it needs to be represented the people, what they're dealing with. And maybe you cannot answer that question today, but it's in my heart what's very important for what's right for the people. I know there's positive side I see a lot of positive side for jobs, a lot of things that can be done. But many times when projects are put in place, the people are left out, maybe they won't last 5-10 years. But can you put it in writing that are people that stay there, if they have all the education and all those stuff that they need to do? And this been going on. They should have already had these in place to train people to be geologists. And these are things that I believe we lack in. I see a lot of different nations like BC. I've seen lawyers there that were native people making rules and regulations. And they want courts. They had to battle every tooth and nail for their treaty rights. Because people began to step in and push them away, but in the court case, it costs a lot of money. But these things maybe come to that if it's not treated right. Under the MIA, how I understand it's an institution, it's a treaty right also, and also in the Constitution, you're dealing with a trapper. In Thompson, they only paid him $100,000. But is he getting legal advice? Is he getting a fair shake? Is he gonna get revenues from this, or is he just gonna be left out like that man in Thompson and drank himself to death? And those are things, questions I sit there and listen. But I hope because there's a lot of things that are missing in Norway House. Ms. Tahi said jobs and what's going to happen when this hospital is done. Another year, people will go to the same place, $12 an hour, $16. And those are issues. In that place, what are the amount, what are the benefits for the workers? is there any packages for them, First Nations? Like here, the way I heard it, people in our house are getting paid $20 an hour, and white people are getting $35 an hour. What are the benefits? What are the packages that we given to people that are going to have all those titles? And those are issues that even you talked with us in a Mission Island Hall. But I understand, but these are things that bother me, and I've seen our people they don't have permanent jobs.
Thank you. I guess your comments fall in two categories. Some require conversation with your leadership, because they're definitely leadership-related questions about how they're going to deal with some things. As far as employment and training opportunities, we share your concerns in that regard, because as we talked yesterday, it's necessary to start training for many positions well in advance of a project ever going into production. And I think that's something that Rob can speak to in more detail, because that's what Rob is working on getting in motion right now.
Try not to turn the microphone off. So some of you have heard me speak at different meetings here. Some of you haven't, so I'll just introduce myself again. My name is Rob Van Drunen. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Flying Nickel. Who the heck is this guy? Well, I'm a northern guy. I was born and raised in the north. I learned how to mine in the north. I retired from Inco as an employee for Vale in the north. I still live in the north. I'm from Thompson, and just south of there at Setting Lake. That's where I live. I still live there. I jump in my truck and I come here for sessions like these. So I wouldn't be involved in a project like this if I didn't think it had a significant impact that would be positive for the north and for the community. It's in my backyard. I'm pretty passionate about this because I believe it can help the community in ways that have not been benefited before. There's definitely some opportunity here to do better than what was done in the past, and we're trying to do that. So getting jobs and creating jobs is one thing. Training people to do those jobs is another. And we have to figure out a way to do that before a project occurs, because we don't have a project without you. So we've heard a lot here about, well, what if we get a permit, what if we don't? I'm going to say it right now. There is no mining project without Norway House Cree Nation. If you don't hear that loud, I'll say it again. There is no project without Norway House Cree Nation. Okay? I live here. I wouldn't do it without you, because the most valuable resource in a mining project is people. It's not the mineral. We want to be able to mine this and create prosperity for people. 60% of the earnings of any mine goes directly into wages. Where do the wages go? To people. That's the opportunity that's economic for this project. Getting skilled trades, getting skilled labor, getting people involved in professions are important. There are no geologists in northern Manitoba in Indigenous communities except for one that I'm aware of. I think that's a flaw. It's important. How do we get there? I have to work with the Cree Nation to understand how we do that together, because right now there is no way to do it. The missing right now in jobs is that there has to be a position open in order to get funding to train somebody. There's no project right now, therefore there's no actual job. It's a thought bubble. We have to go through all of these processes to make a mine. Then once you start a mine, it's too late. You have to have people available and ready to go into those positions before the mine starts. So we're creating a pilot project in agreement with the band, which was part of the MOU. It was trying to get ahead of the process. The difference here is we're getting ahead of it. We were doing engagement and discussions on what the needs are for the community before consultation. Before, long before. The government is here now doing consultation. We've been doing engagement for months. Months in all the different communities. That's different. It's reversed. So that's where some of the confusion comes in. We also want to ensure that there is economic benefit for the community. So a lot of the different conversations that are occurring are, how do we ensure that businesses within the community are prioritized? That's part of the agreement that we're looking at with Chief and Council. It has to be in there. We want to ensure that the band has prioritized concerns for the project. It has to be that way. It's the most important resource that the mine has, is the people. So that's part of what we need to do to create the economic benefit. There's 422 potential jobs for 10 years. They're high-paying jobs. And they absolutely do not discriminate on what color you are. As a matter of fact, I've said this 1,000 times. If there's trained and qualified people, 100% of people will be Indigenous at the mine site. Not 20%, but we have to have people trained to do it. So I need help. I have to find a pathway to do that. I have to have government assistance to help with that. I need the band. Help me. Help me create that opportunity. Flying Nickel's a very junior company. We're very new. We started the process of engagement 1 month after the company came into life. That's pretty new. So yes, there's a lot of questions to be answered, and we're here to try and answer them the best we can. The way that the project has been developed with the notice of alteration now significantly changed from the original Environment Act license. And it's as a result of concerns from the community, specifically this one. So the notice of alteration that we're looking at approving, is based on concerns that came from the nation. It significantly impacted it. So the process worked. And it will continue to do so. That doesn't stop. It continues. It's very important that we continue that conversation, and we will. So we have, I think, more to present here, and Doug has a few more words.
I think what Rob was just saying is also relevant to what Stephen mentioned about, yes, there are more exploration targets in the general vicinity of the proposed mine site. At this point, we don't know if they would ever turn into additional mining or not. They require exploration. But if they do, then there's the process for getting approval to expand the project to mine those deposits. That requires environmental assessment work, it requires consultation, it requires an amendment or a new Environment Act license, as we heard. The other thing is that the project is not going to get approval for expansion if it doesn't operate in an environmentally sound manner. The quickest way to get yourself in trouble is to do a bad job of operating a mine. And we know that among the very best places to find new mines is right beside old mines. So there's a pretty decent incentive for the mining company to do a good job of planning and operating, in this case, the Minago project. There's a pretty big incentive in doing that.
Thank you for that. I just want to make one comment. So I'm getting text messages from some of the youth in the community. I guess there's a group of them, and they have a YouTube chat. So for now, because I want to, well, there's people here, follow up to this, I'd like to do something where we're doing something virtually, some dialogue. I don't know how it's going to look, but Austin's here and his team. But I think those questions will be asked today, and they will be addressed. But I am recording all the questions that are coming in through Facebook Messenger, email, and text message. So that's what I'd like to propose, is that there is something where we can do something virtual, because Doug lives in BC. Rob lives in Thompson. So we're all over, and I think it's something, and the youth are really, that's their way of communication, so I think that's something we can work out. So are there, seeing Dennis has a question.
Hello, Dennis Swanson. I'm the TLE coordinator. You were talking about exploration permits that were around the area, right? Now, if we wanted to make a treaty land entitlement selection on the area or in additions to reserve, would Manitoba let us know which explorations are active and which ones are not?
Gary?
So thanks for the question. You're talking about whether or not there'd be opportunity to know where basically the claims are for the mining company so that you can do a treaty land selection.
Yeah, because it'll be third party, right? A third party interest on the selection. So
all of that is actually held in a system called IMAX, which is the Manitoba claim system, which shows specifically all of the boundaries of every type of claim, whether it's a quarry, a mine, a mining claim, or an exploration claim for Manitoba, and you just have to have access to that or ask for the coordinates. We definitely have those around Minago, so it's not hard to figure out what lands are available that do not have any of those on it. Not a problem.
We can also get you a map of all the claims in the area, or if you've got your own system, we can send you the shape files and that type of stuff for all that information, and you can plot it on your own system.
Yeah.
I would highly suggest that you get into the IMAX system, which is a Manitoba government system. You can log in yourself, anybody can, and see every single mining claim and every mine, every quarry in Manitoba.
yeah, and the reason why I'm asking though is Norway House has some land selection we can select, right? Just which ones are active, and would it show which ones are active and which ones are not?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, and another question too, since we're talking about consultation, for the TLE, one of the obligations for the government is to consult, right? My question is, would Manitoba have to consult with other Aboriginal groups? You know, how we have to get the land selection, we got to consult with the other Aboriginal group. Does Manitoba have to do the same, such as the MMF?
Yeah, we have to consult with all Indigenous communities that have made an assertion, whether real or constructive, in the area, and the MMF have said that they have been in the area, so we would have to do a consultation with the MMF as well.
Pertaining to the Minago mine, you're saying, the MMF, I disagree. I agree that maybe you need to consult with the Northern Affairs community, the ones with Indigenous blood, but I don't think that this consultation needs to be done to the entire MMF nation, the Métis Federation. So that's very important. I think that's said in this forum.
I was in council initially when Victory was going around working and starting a mining operation without the consultation or the knowledge of Norway House Cree Nation leadership. One of the things that we indicated as well too during that time, like those meetings that we had, they were pretty volatile meetings, I'll say. And that's putting it nicely. One of our council members of the day just about got into a fist cuff with one of the community leaders from another community because he felt intruded by the process of what they were doing, because Victor Nico showed no respect at all to Norway House. because that's our traditional land, right? And then at that time as well too, like Loretta is saying, I totally agree with her because that was the position we took that day. MMF had no business to come into our traditional area to come and say, yes, we will recognize Lenorios Community Council site, Grand Rapids Community Council site, Moose Lake Community Council site, and Cross Lake Community Council site, if they have issues or concerns to bring forward. Those are the people that you need to talk to, not MMF. I'm sorry. That's my position, and I totally agree with what Loretta's saying because that was the position we took back then. All right? Nobody else has any business to come and dictate and tell us what is good for us in our traditional areas. Thank you.
So are there any other questions for the province? As indicated previously, this is the first of a series of meetings. This is just introductory. So if there are not any more questions, I'm going to call Flying Nickel up again. They'll go through a presentation and we'll have a question answer period again. So maybe, how many slides do you have? Same presentation? So he's got the same presentation that he had done this morning. So what I would recommend is just go through some section and then we'll stop, take some questions, and like it, you know, I think it's better that way because then we won't lose a train of thought. Okay. Yeah, we'll take one more question from Steve. And before we move on?
In mining, they had meetings, but I never attended meetings in Winnipeg. But a lot of funding, even for fishing, there's DFO. But in junior mining, there was money that was given out. Is there anything for people to be trained in that funding in areas like that? Like those are issues that I don't hear about, even here.
A great question. It's one that I'm asking too. So to be able to train the number of people that we need to train to get a mine site going requires a lot. Okay, it's not small. And the problem with funding right now, it exists, but they only want to fund where there's a guarantee, where there's an open job right now. There's no project yet. So how do you train? How do you get capacity in that? So what I'm working with is with the community here, with NHCN, as well as the Northern Sector Council, University College of the North, and other NGOs to try and change the mindset of the government to create what I call a capacity building process for the mining sector, rather than filling a seat where there's an empty job, because that doesn't work. I can't get the funding for a job that doesn't yet exist, even if it will at some point in the future. You follow what I'm saying? So there's funding out there, it's hard to access, and we have to be able to get that. That's part of the opportunity we're looking at for the pilot project for the Minago project, to do some preliminary work to understand how to access that training funding and do it right, so that we can begin to build that capacity. And then once we get into construction, when and if that occurs, then we're talking about a 3.5-year period where you're essentially developing the skill sets that will be required to operate the mine. And that part of that funding process as well. So some of it is out there. We have to figure out how to access it differently than it's been accessed before, because that's what failed before. That's why you don't see mines in northern Manitoba with a high level of Indigenous peoples. The skill sets aren't there, so we have to build capacity in the community to do that work.
Yeah, there's legislation that a lot of people talk about, but can I not enact that for Native people in an area like this? Is there anything that can be spoken to in MLA to do these things?
To the answer to your question is yeah, and that's what we're doing. Myself, in conjunction with the council and band here, as well as other communities, and the NGOs in Thompson, Frontier School Division, University College of the North, the Northern Sector Council, anybody that I can get, that I can talk to say, hey, we need to flip the script here and change how the Manitoba government applies funding for training in order to build the mining capacity in northern Manitoba, and that will fundamentally change the opportunities.
But is the next question also, chief and council sit for 4 years, but whoever's going to be in power, like NTB or PC, what's going to happen with his mine if somebody goes in there and says everything's cut? Is this a guarantee for Norway House?
So the only thing that's guaranteed is this. If we can get the training process started and build capacity, it means that there's opportunity for all of the people who've got those skills to work in many different areas. It's easy to translate a skilled operator into working just about anywhere. A geologist can work anywhere. It's not as if getting that training becomes wasted. Those are skill sets that make a fundamental difference to a community just because they're skills that you don't have today.
But that's not the
Those won't get, they won't get wasted.
What I'm talking about, when the government changes hands, will it change a lot of things in this flying nickel?
Government does not affect flying nickel.
All right, that's all.
Markets affect flying nickel. The ability to have a community supporting the company affects flying nickel. Those are the two biggest things that affect the company.
The price of nickel will affect it, right?
Yes, commodity prices in market as well as the community. Those are the two most impactful things for the company.
Okay, all right, that's.
Okay, so we're going to close off the questions for Chief. Yep.
Thanks, Loretta. Thanks, Loretta. So I was busy, tied up this morning, but after a long, good meeting last night, it was good to relax a little bit at home. It was so relaxed, I decided to do a little two-step, but you can catch it on your TikTok if you want. But anyway, the project, the mining project here, it has huge potential, obviously. It has huge potential for economic growth, but potential for economic and environmental concerns and issues. Obviously, we have to keep our eyes open and ears open to make sure that what you're hearing, what you're seeing is the truth. We don't want to go down a path of saying yes, 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 when we have no understanding exactly of what we're saying yes to. So today, what we're having is an opportunity for our membership to hear their flying nickel plan, but it's more so about the province. There is a different government that oversees these projects. Even though it's in our traditional territory, the approvals comes from the province. And so in order for us, so as First Nations, especially primarily Norway House Cree Nation members, we need to put the province to the task of convincing us that what they are going to approve is something that will be protected, not, like Stephen says, not just for the 4 years, but for the life of the project. But even more so, what is the plan when the mine closes, which all mines eventually do? What is the plan to address the remediation of that land water in the area? So that I haven't seen. I've heard. There's going to be a money set aside for the remediation of those mines from the profits or from the monies generated on the mineral. But I do believe in order to have a full understanding of what is going to be going on there, we do need a better understanding of what it's going to look like at the end of the day. At the end of the mine life. So the other thing is there are other very serious environmental issues in our lands and waters. And because the province is one government, they should be able to understand that these other issues should and can be addressed through any process that you do in the territory. And I'm sure, but I realize that I'm talking about the Manitoba Hydro. If you speak to the fishermen and the resource users, there's a tremendous amount of erosion that's been happening, most likely from day one. So we've reached out to the Hydro CEO, who passed the buck to a junior employee. We then reached out to the minister, and same thing happened. So we got to a point where, okay, if they don't want to respond to letters, I went knocking at their door and had a chance to corner the minister and advised him, you need to do something. You need to listen to Norway House Cree Nation. You need to listen to our people. Our concerns are real. So he actually finally has agreed to meet with us. But the idea is to basically, when Minister Nesbitt, whose department the mining is, when I mentioned about the erosion, his comment was, well, what kind of compensation is Norway House looking for? I said, I'm not looking for a compensation. I said, I'm looking for a solution to that erosion. That erosion is killing our waters. It's killing our fish, our plant life. And you need to address the erosion. Never mind the compensation, that can come later. So they don't have a plan, ultimately. They think they're blaming this high water level because it's 2011, I believe, was the other high level mark, and then now it's this year. So they're basically blaming God. I said, God doesn't hurt people. God doesn't kill his people or his creation. It's hydro that's killing everything. So we started talking about, okay, since they don't have a solution, well, let's find them one. So we've been talking to an environmentalist, not under Flying Nickel, but Doug Ramsey has done a lot of work with NFA bands. I don't know if any of you know his history, but he's been around that area, both on the opposition side and on the defendant side, I'll say. But so we're talking about this, especially this 2-mile channel. After touring it, and after, if you look at, and Hydro, actually, you know what? Hydro has agreed to come to Norway House and show the progress of that project, the 2-mile, 8-mile, and Playgreen Lake, from when it started, when Genpec started. So they're going to bring photos, videos of whatever they have to show the community what's been happening out there. Because like I've lived here all my life too, and I haven't seen the full scale of the damage. It would be nice to see, and I wanted to be able to witness for myself what the problem was. I know in the 95, 96 period, you know, there were times were different. We didn't have as much technology as there is today. You know, today we can get a USB and a library in one piece of plastic. So we are going to push to get Hydro back to the table, back to the community, back to where they need support, and that's the First Nations. They've been way too far ahead of everybody without proper discussions and support. So this erosion we're asking for is a solution, not compensation. I'd rather deal with that separately, but we need a solution. So that solution could actually be right in front of us. The material, or the limestone or dolomite that sits on top of this nickel, is actually an ideal material to have shoreline stabilization, shoreline protection. And from what I've been told, the limestone can also filtrate the water that it flows through. So it's at least something that has some potential. So even though this mine might not happen for 10, 20 years, we need to fix our erosion problem. And if the solution is within our grasp and within our reach, I mean, we should explore finding a solution for our first environmental catastrophe in our territory. We have also been meeting with other First Nations to talk about how we can improve not only the waters around our areas or the lands around our areas, but also the fish stock, the wildlife. So in Norway House's case, we started working to develop a new branch that would address a lot of the resources that we have, like lands, then Dennis's department, environment, forestry, mineral, and because we don't have that capacity. We definitely can't keep hiring out for the length of or for the duration of our existence here, and we will be expecting and pushing and pressuring the federal government and the province to pay for a department such as that with expertise added, and training and continuing consultations. As I said yesterday about the 2 mile, 8 mile, there's money's been sent to Norway House, has been through process or progress budget, but there is not enough consultation dollars in those fundings or in those monies that we received. So we're insisting now that they do consultations continuously. Anyway, to me, consultations, I don't know about you, but to me, consultation means sitting down, hearing what the other person has to say, and for them to listen to what we think. Now I heard Mr. Osterman? No. Van Drunen? Another Dutch name? Okay, Van Drunen. Sounds like there you go. Vampire name. Van Drunen say that without this project, without Norway House's support, this project won't work. Now, he then stated that without our people or capacity or employees or individuals to work there, and I appreciate that comment, sir. But we need you to put your money where your mouth is and pay for some of that training that's required. I realize that's a stretch on the project, but if you truly believe that, then you would open your wallet a little bit, or at least figure out a way to get the training in. Sadly, you have probably more influence on the provincial government than for us First Nations. And I don't mean that we don't have any influence or persuasion, we're just the wrong skin color. And so, all right, so that's what my message to your team is today. We will continue to voice our concerns, including yours. We are elected to speak for the people, and we hear what your concerns are, and we want to address those concerns, and we will. But I ask that you have a little bit of a open mind, because you got to appreciate where chief and council sit. Probably on a daily basis, we get at least 10 to 15 calls for individuals wanting a home, for parents wanting their child to have a job. Like, those stresses are real. Those questions are real. Solutions are really hard to find. So we try to stay concerned with the future, concerned with the possible impacts of decisions that are made, and weigh those with what's needed from the community and how do you meet those needs. In the real world, money drives everything. Now, there's a difference between using money to make your life better and using money because you love having it. But in this case, we're trying to figure out how do we solve problems while addressing and making sure that concerns about the environment and such are paid attention to. So the scenario where we could use the dolomite limestone out of this project to fix a hydro problem is real. It's doable. But we as First Nations or people of Norway, we're the ones that have to come up with that solution, not them. And that's part of the solution, and that does not mean that the mining of the nickel is going ahead. It just means that we found material that could work. Because if you try using granite, it's a very expensive rock to use, and it doesn't really filtrate much. It actually puts in more phosphorus into the water system, which is not a good thing. That's what's coming from the farmers, is phosphorus. And that's what's hurting our waterways. So with the limestone, and which is what they do down south, because they don't want that problem in major centers. But I think that we have a way to come up with a plan, and if we use these gentlemen and their mind to do it, I don't see why we can't use people when we've been used for so many years. So, last comment for coming to listen to these gentlemen out. Certainly not going to be the last. This is November, so we have a long winter ahead of us. So I do hope that if you have other concerns or questions, by all means, please contact myself or the councillors. Like we're always willing to listen and meet. All right, thank you. And I don't know if I had a question to that, but other than the fact that your limestone or dolomite, is that any use as I thought it would be? So you maybe answer that question, sir? Thank you.
Well, thanks, Chief Anderson. And absolutely, the limestone that would have to be quarried in order to get to the nickel has many beneficial uses as a construction material, something that's in short supply in the north, although not in Manitoba overall. It's absolutely useful for shoreline stabilization works, as the chief was mentioning. It's also useful for other things. As I mentioned this morning, ground limestone can be used to produce what's called eco-cement. Now, many of you will be familiar with Portland cement. It's the key ingredient in making concrete. And you can replace up to 15% of the Portland cement in a concrete mix with ground limestone without changing the properties of the concrete at all. But what that does is that reduces the greenhouse gas footprint of the Portland cement used by 15%. As I mentioned this morning, the only thing that people in the world use more than Portland cement is water. So it's a very commonly and critically important construction material. So we are going to have to reduce the greenhouse gas footprint of this critically important construction material if we're going to have any hope of meeting our greenhouse gas reduction targets. The limestone that's produced from this project can begin doing that in Manitoba. The other thing is that limestone has other possible uses as well. For example, it can be used as a magnesium source. Magnesium is another one of the critical metals. This particular limestone is a good source of magnesium, and it could be processed to extract the magnesium from it and make another product. So these are just some of the things that can come from what traditionally would have been viewed as a waste product. And there are questions about, well, what's the closed out mine site going to look like after all the mining is done and all of the buildings and equipment are removed? What's it going to look like? Well, one of the considerations in that is how much of this waste rock material is going to be left on site? Or will it have been turned into other products and moved off-site? Will it be doing shoreline stabilization for 2 Mile and 8 Mile Channel? Will it be roadbed material for new roads? Will it be used to repair and upgrade existing or new rail lines? And that actually can be extended to the granite waste rock that is produced as well. because what railroads use granite for is what's called ballast rock. That's really what holds the rails in place on the rail bed. And they are constantly looking for new sources of ballast rock. In our case, we are going to produce about 116 million tons of a non-acid generating granite, which would be ideally suited as ballast rock. So that's another business opportunity, another way of turning what historically has been seen as a waste material into another beneficial product from the operation. And these are the opportunities, the joint venture opportunities that are available to First Nations working with Flying Nickel. So that's some of what we've been talking about. But as you can imagine, being able to turn the limestone and the granite into beneficial products, move them off-site, that's going to lead to a very different looking mine site at closure than if these are just treated as waste materials. Now they can be closed out safely, but they need to be incorporated into the closure plan. Now we've been talking about consultation a lot. One of the things that the company will have to do is engage and consult with the communities about how the Minago mine site is to be used after mining is done. That's not a decision that Flying Nickel can make alone. That's not a decision that government can make alone. That's a decision, that plan needs to be developed in consultation with the communities. And closure planning is something that it's not just done once, it's done multiple times through the life of a project. There's an initial closure plan that's developed. There's a very basic initial closure plan that exists right now that was developed at feasibility study planning. That closure plan gets further developed as the project moves through construction and gets ready for production. And that's the closure plan that the financial security, the reclamation bond is based on. And then, through the life of the project, as mining continues, waste rock piles are developed, the open pit gets deeper, tailings are deposited in the tailings and waste rock management facility. That closure plan gets revised. And if there are some changes made to the project partway through, perhaps the company wants to permit development of additional deposits. Again, there's environmental assessment and license changes that have to be dealt with there, and consultation. Closure plans get revised again. If the closure cost goes up, then the reclamation bond also has to go up. And the company doesn't get that reclamation bond back until they've done reclamation. They don't get it all back until reclamation is complete. They can get parts of their reclamation bond back through progressive reclamation. As work that needs to be done is completed, then part of that reclamation bond can be returned to the company. But they don't get it all back until all the work is done. So in some respects, the company has to more or less pay for the cost of reclamation twice. First, as far as posting a reclamation bond is concerned, and then to actually do the work for reclamation. Only then do they get that reclamation bond back after the closure work is actually done. So the government takes the financial security for mine site closure and reclamation really seriously. And the reason for that is simple. Before they did that, there were poorly planned and operated projects, companies went bankrupt, and there were environmental messes that were left behind, and we know what all of them are. But that's what has been learned, and that's why people like Jim Rondo, when he was minister, implemented the closure regulation, the requirement for closure bonds.
Thank you for that. So Councillor Apatagan, Orville Apatagan, is he here? No. Okay, so we're gonna get Doug to go through his presentation a little bit quicker than he did this morning, and then we'll have open the floor for more questions. Dean, did you have a? No, I'm just stepping. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to step through the presentation much more quickly than I did this morning. It took about an hour to get through it then. I'd like to get through it in about 10 or 15 minutes. So if there's anything that I'm moving through too quickly, somebody please put up your hand and stop me, and I'll provide further explanation. But if nobody puts up their hand and stops me, I'm going to keep going. So as I previously mentioned, there's been exploration done on the site going back to the 1960s. So we're certainly not the first company to be working on the property. Nickel mineralization was discovered in the 60s. No worries.
Yeah, I see Councillor Apatagan and Councillor Clark. I'm going to ask them to come and make some comments. Sorry.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I guess what I want to say here today is that you know, we're here to consult with the people. People ask questions about the mine, you know, the effects of it. But you know, it's being proclaimed as the greenest nickel mine in the world. So I hope that's what you know, the flying nickel will make sure that happens, and so we don't do our any you know, there will be environmental impacts. I'm very aware of that, but I hope we keep it to a very minimum. It is an exciting project for the Norway House Cree Nation. It you know, it's going to bring prosperity for our members. We always talk about, you know, Aboriginal people being left out. Well, here's our chance to you know, make an impact and say, you know, we can be, you know, front runners in you know, economic development, and we are consulting with the other three First Nations: Cross Lake, Moose Lake, and Grand Rapids. They're all aware of, you know, we've actually met in person back in April, so you know, we are you know, doing our due diligence, and you know, we would like you know, think about the good thing that's going to bring you know, the good paying jobs, the trades that are going to come out of this, and you know, the economic benefits. You know, we always address you know, we don't have money for housing. Well, folks, this is one way that we're going to address that, and you know, get everything caught up so people have nice homes to live in, good jobs to go to. You know, I've been involved with mining all my life too. This gentleman here, Rob Van Drunen here, he grew up in the same community I grew up in. And My dad and 4 of his brothers all worked at Inco and Thompson in the 70s and 80s, actually 60s, 70s, and 80s. And I grew up around miners and drillers and blasters, and these are the type of individuals we're going to need to make this happen. I too, even though I'm a counselor, I'm an accountant by trade, I too am a licensed blaster, and I would sure like to be involved with this, down the road. You never know, you might not be in council come the next election, but if that's the case, so be it. But I can see the economic benefits that are going to arise out of this, and and we're doing it for our people, our youth. We say, let's do something for the youth. Well, there's one of them things that we're going to do for the youth, and get them their high-paying jobs and a future for themselves. So with that, I'd just like to thank everyone for listening out there on YouTube too. And those of you that are here, asked the good questions. That's what what this consultation's all about. And again, my office door is open too to anyone that who doesn't want to speak out. Come and see me. Come and see all the other council members. We have our doors are always open, and I will not push anyone away. And hopefully I can get the answers for you too. So with that, let's be respectful and have a good meeting here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, just to come and hear some of the presentations this afternoon here. It's a very, very important work to do, to come together and sit together to discuss some of the potential projects in our territory. I know a lot of other people, other First Nations have already engaged other companies to discuss resource sharing and so on with other First Nations. So learning from other communities and what they've done, I think this is a good process where we all come together and ask the questions on what are the potential damages and concerns. And those are some of the questions I had when I first started hearing about this, and I wanted to find out more, what's going to happen to our land. I asked a lot of questions. Are we going to see the same damages as other communities that had mines many years ago? But after learning that a lot of the damages and concerns were because of bad practice, not caring about the land, not caring about the waters, not caring about the stuff they spilt out. And that was the practice, how they practiced many years ago in mines, because big corporation did not care about the people. They did not care about the people that lived off the land. But during those times, there was never no consultation. And I just kept on digging some more and trying to find out more information, hearing even about hydro, how they didn't consult with our people. They built and ripped through our land with a 2-mile and a 8-mile channel and built up a dam over there without meeting with us. And seeing all these different things, how governments have came and destroyed our lands in the past. And now as people and community leaders and community members standing up and speaking up and sharing your concerns and making sure that we're heard this time, I think has caused a shift in how business is done in our backyard. Now they have to consult with us. Now they have to engage us. Now they have to talk with us. And this is an opportunity for everyone within our community, within our territory, to speak up and to say what they think is something that is very important to them. And also to ask what are the potential dangers. You know, a lot of these things that they had concerns about many years ago, I think they've come up with a plan that is much more better than before. I personally think that they've done their best to address these concerns, to address these potential hazards. And there's one of those things where water, how can they protect water? How can they keep it safe? And some of the things they said that this water will be cleaner than the water that flows. And that was something I've challenged even the people at the 8 Mile and 2 Mile channel as they were cleaning up the area, as they filtered that water at those sites I was there. And they said, this water is clean, you can drink it. This is filtered water. And the technology they used to clean that water at that 8 Mile channel, they said this was dirty water, now you can drink it. And I challenged them, I grabbed that water, you're saying I can drink this? Yeah, you can drink it. Do you guys drink it? And they didn't really answer me. I grabbed it, I drank it. So there, I drank it. If I get sick, then you're not supposed to drink it. And then sure enough, you know, I didn't feel sick. And sure enough, I felt okay. And they assured me, you'll be okay. That's clean water now. And those are the type of things, technology is very different from many years ago. And us as people, as our First Nation people, we need to look at how can we show the world, how can we do this better than anybody else? If we're going to go down this road, if we're going to have the audacity to go down this road, how can we do it better than anybody else? How can we do it better than anybody else? How can we do it safely? Because we have a generation that's coming behind us. They're going to be questioning, why did you do what you did? So we have to be ready to answer them and give them an answer why we did what we did and how we did it and how we did it safely. So thank you to our friends that traveled this way to be with us. I know we grilled them many times with many questions. We asked them a lot of tough questions. I know this man's been working in the mining field for many years, and I think he was the right person to be here to answer a lot of questions. So I think with that, I just want to say thank you very much, and I want to encourage community members, keep asking those hard questions until you feel better, for you can go to bed and saying, you know what, I feel comfortable with this. Until so, keep asking those questions, keep researching, keep finding out how much different this mine would be. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, moving on. Thank you very much. As far as the project location is concerned, it's important everybody understands where it is, because there has been some confusion between our project and some other projects with respect to location. The Minago project is located, now I'm going to use John Giovanni's suggestion of turning myself into a pointer here. There we go. There we are. Minago project there, right beside Highway 6, about 60 kilometers south of Ponton. That yellow outlined area is the Thompson Nickel Belt. That's a zone of more or less continuous nickel mineralization that extends from north of Thompson to south of the Minago project area. All of the nickel mining done in the Thompson Nickel Belt so far has been done pretty much between Thompson and Woboden at the very skinny northern end of the nickel belt. The belt in the Minago area, that general area, has been very little explored, and the reason for that is primarily because of this thick cap of limestone that sits over the nickel. That thick cap of limestone that we're looking at turning from a waste material into an economic product. Nickel has been identified as one of the critical minerals that is necessary for the world to transition off fossil fuels and into the new electric economy. It's a fundamental component of electrical storage batteries. Right now, the primary use of those is batteries for electric vehicles. But storage batteries in general are going to see increasing application as we move away from fossil fuel power generation to reliance on renewable energy sources, particularly supporting solar and wind power energy sources because the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow all the time. So you need to be able to store energy for when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. There are other metals as well, but nickel is one of the most critical. And as far as known nickel deposits in the world that are being advanced toward production, there's no nickel deposit that we're aware of anyway that is closer to production than the Minago nickel deposit. So that makes this a very important source of nickel for this developing electric economy. The other resource that we have in abundance here in Manitoba, certainly northern communities have paid a price for its development, but it's perhaps time now to begin seeing some of the benefits of that, and that's hydroelectric power. Certainly that's largely been developed to the benefit of southern Manitoba up to this point, but to be able to develop a mine site, and you've heard development of the Minago project as the greenest nickel project in the world, fundamental to that is to be able to rely on electric power to run the mine site rather than to rely on diesel power, which has traditionally been the case. And one of the biggest consumers of fossil fuels on a mine site is diesel fuel for the mine haul trucks. What has been developed relatively recently and is beginning to see application, the first operational application of that technology in Canada has been at the Copper Mountain mine in BC, and that's the use of trolley assist haul trucks, where actually electric power is used for the haul trucks to carry their loads up out of the pit, and it can also be used to get waste rock up onto waste rock stockpiles. That can potentially reduce diesel fuel consumption by 50 to 75% in comparison to just using diesel-powered trucks. Likewise, when it comes to heating and operating mill buildings, administration buildings, and so on, shifting to the use of groundwater heat pumps, which can enable both heating and cooling of those facilities, instead of using just like propane-powered heat, which is more typically what's been used. So it's moving well away from reliance, or heavy reliance anyway, on fossil fuels. We can't eliminate their use completely, but we can substantially reduce it by making these operational changes. I won't spend a lot of time talking about the geology or the mineral deposit right now. And you've heard some mention about exploration potential in the general vicinity of the Minago deposit. And what this figure shows is there, the nose deposit. That's what we're proposing to develop right now. That's all that we're proposing to develop. That has about 71,000 meters of diamond drilling on it, so it's very well understood. If you look just a little bit north to those two red blobs called the North Limb, there has been some drilling there. We know there's nickel mineralization in it, but we don't know enough about those deposits to say whether they're economically mineable yet. Likewise, this deposit down here. We know that there's nickel mineralization there, but again, we don't know if it could possibly turned into a mine. And then looking in the general neighborhood of things, there are all kinds of unexplored potential targets that we don't even know if they have nickel in them or not, even though they look prospective. So that gives you a general sense of potential future opportunities in the general vicinity of what we're proposing as the Minago Nickel Project. There would need to be an awful lot more work done before we even know if there's anything else there that would justify development. Likewise, there would have to be additional environmental assessment and Environment Act license, either amendments or substantial revisions that would be necessary before anything else there could go into production. As far as the project itself is concerned, what's being proposed is the Minago project today. It's an open pit nickel mine, mined at a rate of 10,000 tons of ore per day, and that ore is processed to produce what's called a concentrate. And then that concentrate is shipped to a smelter elsewhere, either in Sudbury, possibly in Voisey's Bay, Newfoundland, or somewhere overseas, where that concentrate gets turned into. There used to be a smelter in Thompson, but Vale decided to shut that down rather than upgrade it to meet incoming air quality standards. And based on the existing known deposit, there's a 10-year mine life, and we're looking at a project construction period of about 3 years from the decision to go ahead until the project could be commissioned, with a 10-year mine life. But that's not the end of the mining company's activity on the site. Then it's necessary to go through the closure process. And right now the closure plan calls for a 3-year period following the end of operations, during which the site would be closed out. And what does that involve? Well, that will involve removal of all of the surface facilities, the various buildings that are there, the process plant, administration offices, camp, and the various other facilities, the machine shop, and so on. Removal of all of the surface equipment, and then reclamation of those disturbed areas. Now, for areas, for example, where buildings were located and so on, the typical reclamation there is the placement of some overburden and establishment of vegetation on that overburden. Likewise, any roads or trails that are no longer required, those are reclaimed by any culverts that are in place are removed, and that road surface is scarified if there's a necessity of placing overburden before it'll be possible to establish vegetation, then that would be done. And then for the waste rock stockpiles, now we're assuming at this stage that all of the waste rock produced by the project would remain on site. As we've talked a bit this afternoon, certainly one of our interests and hopeful objectives at this point is to be able to turn those rocks into economic products that can be used elsewhere, so that it wouldn't be necessary to have them on site at closure. But right now, we can't say that, so we have to plan on closing out the site as if the rock is there. And what would that involve? That would involve covering it with overburden and establishing vegetation on it. As far as the tailings and waste rock management facility is concerned, that's closed out with a water cover, and all that's necessary there is the development of an emergency spillway, so that any excessive rainfall can run out of that facility and into the polishing pond. As far as the water treatment facilities are concerned, if you were here earlier today, I talked about the passive, semi-passive water treatment systems that we're proposing to put in place. Now those, one of the major advantages of them is they're something that can stay in place and operational post-closure. They're not zero maintenance, but they are low maintenance. And by not zero maintenance, I mean that the organic matter that goes into biochemical reactors, for example, needs to be replaced about every 20 to 30 years. And how is that done after a site is closed out and the mining company has moved off to other things? Well, that's part of a continuing closure bond. It doesn't need to be very large. It just needs to be enough to generate enough investment income to pay for the periodic inspection, monitoring, and occasional replacement of that organic matter. So that, and as far as the open pit is concerned, once groundwater pumping stops, that open pit is allowed to fill. It'll take a decade or more for that pit to fill to the surface. But what we'll wind up with at the end is an open pit for which about the upper 60 meters of water will be in contact with the limestone that's surrounding. So that we've got an open pit that will have good water quality, very similar to the existing groundwater quality in the area now, because that's what's going to be there. As far as environmental considerations for the site during operations, these get dealt with in closure as well. We've talked a lot about permitting, environmental management, environmental monitoring, and I'd like to spend a bit of time on that in a couple of minutes, because how we're proposing to do it is considerably different than what the mining companies in northern Manitoba have traditionally done. And this is just a reminder that community concerns about a project can have a significant influence on how that project is planned and implemented. Recall that an Environment Act license was granted in 2011, but Norway House appealed that Environment Act license because of specific concerns surrounding discharge of water to the Lake Winnipeg watershed, as well as the presence of a tailings and waste rock management facility within the Lake Winnipeg watershed. Because when the project was originally licensed, the then owner, Victory Nickel, was proposing 30% of all mine contact water would be discharged south into the Lake Winnipeg watershed, reporting to Limestone Bay, with 70% of mine contact water being sent north to the Minago River. And the tailings and waste rock management facility was in the Lake Winnipeg watershed. Moving forward a decade, this is the plan that's going for that Flying Nickel is taking forward. The tailings and waste rock management facility, that blue blob right there, and my arm isn't long enough to quite get there, but has been moved out of the Lake Winnipeg watershed, past the drainage divide so that it's now in the Minago River watershed. And it's also located between two limestone bedrock outcrops, so that two of the four sides of the tailings facility are bounded by bedrock rather than by constructed dikes. Constructed dikes are necessary on the north and south side of the tailings and waste rock management facility, but those dikes are a little bit more than half the height of those that were originally proposed. We're looking at dike heights of about 13 meters compared with 23 meters previously. So we've gone from a 5 to 6 story building height to a 2.5 to 3-story building height. Shorter dams are less risky than taller dams. The other thing that we've done is develop a surface water collection and management plan to not just say that we're going to collect all of the mine contact water and send it north to the Minago River, but to show how it's actually going to be accomplished. With this green line here is a southern collection ditch that collects any runoff heading south off the various waste rock or material stockpiles and channels it north. They're reporting to Pond B, with a second collection ditch to catch it coming off the other side, and 3 polishing ponds to collect and manage the water. Their primary job is to provide time to settle out suspended solids. And then from those ponds, any water requiring treatment is routed to passive treatment systems. And these are 3-element passive treatment systems. The first element, an iron terrace for removal of iron and ammonia. The second element being what's called an anaerobic biochemical reactor, or a BCR. Sounds fancy, but it really looks like a big septic tank buried in the ground so it doesn't freeze, roughly half full with organic substrate. Organic matter could be wood chips, could be straw. The purpose of that material is to stimulate bacterial growth. The bacteria grow faster, they use up the oxygen, they create anaerobic conditions that work to precipitate chemicals like selenium, which can come out of the limestone, or aluminum. They precipitate as sulfides, and those are insoluble materials. And from the BCR, then the overflow runs into an aerobic polishing wetland, because we want to put the air back into, the oxygen back into the water before we discharge it to any surface waters. And what this system will do is enable the production of water quality that meets the Manitoba surface water quality objectives and guidelines for protection of aquatic life. That's important, because aquatic life is more sensitive than human drinking water. So these are more stringent. This is better water quality than drinking water. It'll meet those objectives at the point of release from the system. So that very often what you'll see with a water treatment system is there's a discharge to a water course, whether it's a lake or a creek or a river, where there's some reliance on additional dilution in order to meet the surface water quality objectives. In this case, we're designing these to meet those objectives at the point of release, so we don't need to use any dilution in the receiving waters. The reason for doing that is pretty simple, because during low flow conditions, the biggest source of flow in the Minago River will be this discharge. And that's why it needs to meet those objectives at the point of release. Now, we've talked a lot about all of this waste rock that's going to be generated in order to get to the nickel mineralization. And some of these are pretty big numbers. The top number, for example, the limestone, 111 million tons. That's a big pile of rock. The sandstone, we talked a little bit about that, 15 million tons. The granite country rock, this non-acid generating granite that's produced as a waste rock, 116 million tons. So you just look at those, and we got about 250 million tons of rock that's coming up onto surface. Now, as far as environmental management is concerned, you're undoubtedly familiar with a lot of the really poorly planned mine sites in northern Manitoba that have been developed in the past. Whether it was Sheridan or Lynn Lake or Rattan, just as 3 obvious examples. In all of those cases, the way the mining company managed their waste material was to just dump it out on the ground. which is okay for some types of rock, but not for all types of rock. The big consideration there is this rock potentially acid generating or not? And the question there is, what's the sulfide? It's a particular sulfide mineral. What's the sulfide content of that rock? And also, what's the neutralizing capacity of the rock? Like in the case of limestone, it has a massive neutralizing capacity. But in the case of granite, not so much. So you have to look at the balance of these two things, and it's done through a process called acid-base accounting. So that many samples from the drill core that have been collected from the site as part of exploration have been analyzed for acid-base accounting to determine if these materials are potentially acid generating or not. Because you handle those materials in two different ways. If they're non-acid generating, or as on the table here labeled as neg, that material can actually be placed out on the ground without concern for acid generation occurring. If that material is potentially acid generating, or PAG, like that one type of rock at the bottom, it needs to be managed to prevent the production of acid generation. The way to do that, one of the best practices, there are a number, but one of the proven best practices for preventing acid generation is to keep that rock underwater. The immediate reaction I hear from people is, you got to be kidding. You're actually going to put it underwater to protect the water. And the answer is yes, and the reason for that is the water prevents the rock from being exposed to enough oxygen to cause oxidation, to cause the generation of the acid. And well, how do we know this? Well, there have been lots of locations where it's been tested, but you've also probably tested it yourselves. And that is, if you've been canoeing somewhere in shallow water, you've stirred up the bottom with your paddle, you've seen these gas bubbles come up to the surface, and you've smelled that rotten egg smell. That rotten egg smell is hydrogen sulfide, and it can only exist in the absence of oxygen. And so here you've got sediments that are just right on the bottom of the creek or the pond. They're sitting underwater, and the sulfides there haven't oxidized because there isn't enough oxygen. That's just one example of how this works. And so what we're proposing on this site is to keep that ultramafic rock underwater by placing it in the tailings and waste rock management facility along with the tailings. There have been questions come up about, well, is there the possibility that this project could affect water quality in Little Limestone Lake? And the answer there is no, primarily because you can see up here, the very top where the blue blob is, water flow from the site there is directed north. And in fact, even water flow from Little Limestone Lake is north. What that means is it's flowing downhill, and the only way water from the Minago project could get to Little Limestone Lake is if it flowed uphill, which is probably the best protection that we have. But there are other questions about, okay, well, where else can water from the site potentially go? That's something we were interested in investigating for a couple of different reasons. Initially, because we were interested in how much water was going to wind up in this open pit and how much we were going to have to manage. And what we determined from that was that the groundwater system in the area of that open pit isn't connected to either Oakley Creek to the south, or it doesn't quite show up on here, but the Minago River to the north. It's important for us to know that because the approach we're using to manage infiltration of groundwater into the open pit is to put perimeter wells around the pit to pump that clean water to surface and discharge it as clean water before it gets into the pit. It's a matter of doing what we can to keep clean water clean. Because on the other hand, if we didn't do that, if we just let all of this water come into the pit, first we'd be moving an awful lot of water out of the pit, and all of that water would be, at the very least, contaminated with particulate material, suspended solids. It would become dirty. And that would have to be managed. At a minimum, we'd have to allow that to settle out. There may be other treatment required in addition to that. But instead of taking that approach, we've decided to keep the water clean, discharge it separately, and it also provides, a small percentage of that water winds up being used for processed water. The vast majority of the water that's pumped just winds up being discharged as clean water to the Minago River. So we wanted to make sure that if we were going to put in these groundwater dewatering wells, that we weren't going to start pulling water from the Minago River or from Oakley Creek, because that wouldn't be good either. That would have implications for fish habitat. And so there's a fair bit of work done to investigate whether there was a connection there or not. And what we've learned is there isn't a connection. So that's another level of protection provided at this location from the project having any effect on the Lake Winnipeg watershed at all. And finally, one of the considerations is, well, okay, project gets an Environment Act license, it's built and operating. How do we know that it's actually working the way it's been planned to work? Well, that's determined through environmental monitoring. There will be environmental monitoring requirements built into an Environment Act license. There also are legislated environmental monitoring requirements under the metal and diamond mining effluent regulations. And these are things that the company will have to comply with. What's going to be different about this project is how we propose to do that monitoring. And we're proposing to have it done by contracting that work to environmental monitors from the local communities. Traditionally, mining companies have their own on-site staff. They'll hire consultants from the south or other parts of the country to do particular work. In this instance, we'd much rather the work be done by people from the communities, and certainly we're quite prepared to support and work with the communities to develop that level of capacity, because it's important that the communities have confidence in the environmental monitoring work that's being done. It's also a business opportunity for the communities, because it's not just our project that they'd be able to work on, but they could compete for work on other projects. And we know, for example, that organizations like Manitoba Hydro spend many millions of dollars every year on consultants from other parts of the country to do environmental work in northern Manitoba. Why can't that work be done by the folks who live up here? Work is verified by audits done by Manitoba and by Canada. Certainly First Nations could also do their own audits if they wanted to. There's certainly no barrier to that. Who gets to see the monitoring results? Well, as far as we're concerned, everybody needs to see the monitoring results, and they'll be posted on a website established that can be accessed by anyone. So that anybody can dial it up, look at it, and go, okay, yes, Flying Nickel is meeting their monitoring obligations. The water quality is exactly what they said that it was going to be. And there will be times, there will be upsets, and one of the measures of how well the whole system works is how the company responds to those upsets. That evidence is going to be on the site as well. So I think that's my morning presentation at light speed.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Doug. A lot of information and a lot of good discussion in the last few days. We met with the fishers yesterday, and I know there was a band meeting yesterday, and then we had the full presentation of Flying Nickel, and our guests from the Manitoba government did their presentation. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be talked about in the future. There's going to be more engagement, more consultation. And as the chief said, we're going to continue that dialogue as we move further and closer to either the beginning of the project and the environmental license and everything that's coming with that. I'd like to give a round of applause to the guests that came here and spoke and did all the presentation and a lot of the work that was done yesterday and today. And for the community members that are listening and watching out there, myself and Loretta Papanicus are here to answer some questions and emails and everything that is going to go forward in the next few weeks and months. That's going to. I got Councillor Swanson has a question.
Yeah, I guess I have a question and a comment just in regards to the presentation. Thank you for the information, very informative. For the people that are out there, and especially the youth that might have questions, I know there's elders that were here yesterday, and I think there are some of the presentations that they didn't fully understand because of the language that is being used and the terminology that is being used. And certainly we want to make sure that they understand what we're talking about here in the same way. What are the chances that for us to get a copy of this maybe posted on our Norway House Cree Nation website and provide an opportunity there if people want to ask questions or who they could direct a question at, maybe having that opportunity for people to be able to do that. I think that would be really good. And I think also, at some point as well, as if there's other elders out there that might want us to translate and explain in our terminology, as for us to be able to provide that opportunity as well.
Thank you. Thank you. So a lot of this information will be available either on the band's website or it will be available on Flying Nickel's website. We're going to post the presentation that Doug has here. We'll tune it up a little bit. Some of the wording may be a little off here. We want to make sure that it's done right so that it's available for everybody. We also want to make sure that everybody understands that there's videos out there that Doug has done, which talks to the environmental pieces and concerns, so it can be you can watch it over and over and over again. There's also a video on a question and answer on the economic and employment opportunities that I did with Gilbert. That's also available, I believe, on the website for the band right now. We also did a live 30-minute session this morning on jobs, employment, and economic opportunities, which I hope got recorded. We'll have to find out for sure. Didn't get a chance to understand that. In addition, we'll be posting the information on the website to make it available to everybody. We will need your help to translate this. So we'll work with Gilbert and the team here to get that translated, because we want to make sure that everybody can become educated and ask the good questions that are being asked. They're the right ones. We need to answer them.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe explain a little bit about the initial contact that Victory Nickel did regarding, where's Jim Rondo? Regarding the frac sand. At one point, and I think frac sand the word was taken away because it was a dirty word, right? And explain, because at that time, initially when they were talking about it, they were talking like there was over $400 million that could have been made out of that sand. maybe explain to the folks like why things have changed on that regard. And the second point I want to ask is, and I've seen this happening in Nunavut. They have the mining companies, those gold mining companies, like in order for you to get an employment in that mine in those traditional areas of Nunavut, you have to come from Quebec, and they'll fly you from Quebec for free to that camp. I hope that you folks don't start that process of, okay, we want a percentage of people from Quebec to be flown in. Because some of those guys that I know from other, because I have a son-in-law from up there, but those guys had to move to Ottawa just so they can qualify to go work in their own traditional land. And I hope that doesn't happen here with this process. And if it does go ahead, like we said, well, I hope that those kind of policies don't exist here in your mind, in your sight, in terms of what it is that going forward. And but after the frac sand, I'm looking at Jim here, because I laughed at him when he said, "I'm going to sell limestone." He said, and I laughed at him. Now we need to move all that stuff, right? So Norway always get ready for a big trucking company, I'd say.
Thanks for the question. So we talked about frac sand. So frac sand was something that Victory Nickel, which is a completely different company, we have nothing to do with. I want to make that really clear. That company's bankrupt. I'm not privy to all of the information that they had when they did their feasibility study, other than to see that I've got the documents that we're updating currently. The frac sand is dead. It's not economic. It's not a nice thing to sell. Frac sand supports an industry that nickel is trying to eliminate, oddly enough. It doesn't really land well. So frac sand, at the point in time when Victory Nickel did their studies in 2008 to 2010, was sitting around $120 a ton processed. It's maybe $20 a ton now. There's no way, it's not economic to do anything with. The sandstone will remain as a product that will look for opportunities to find ways to make it economic for the North. And in partnership with the nation here, we're looking at creating economic prosperity by utilizing some of those waste products. We just talked about the limestone. Limestone is a massive opportunity. You don't have to make a lot of money because it's sunk cost for the mine. So the nation here, we were talking about utilizing that material for all of the different construction projects, basically for nothing. It becomes a waste product that can be used for economic development within the community. And that's only one aspect of what that limestone could look like. You know, you sell it for $1 down south, as long as you can transport it, you're making money, literally. Because the mine site, as the nickel project, it's a sunk cost to get it out, and it's sitting in a stockpile. So that can be an economic boon to the community to be used for all kinds of constructions for many, many years to come. So that's a huge opportunity, and right now it's not a marketable item. We're not using that as an economic driver for the nickel project. Okay, it's a nickel project right now. Getting a partnership with the First Nation to turn that into a marketable project and an economic opportunity is something we have to do in conjunction with the nation. It's a totally different piece to this puzzle. It's an economic opportunity that we need to work on. As far as the jobs are concerned, you know, the question was, you have to be coming from Quebec or something like that. I've said this before, and we've heard this in some of the other meetings, not necessarily in this one, but if there is skilled employees who can meet the needs for the mine site who exist in the community, in the nations, then 100% of the people will be employed from the nations. I don't know how much more clear I can make it other than that. It's all a matter of developing capacity and the skill set to fulfill the jobs. I want someone from the nation to replace me. How do we do that? Well, we have to develop that process to do that, right? You got to develop a miner, you got to go through the processes of getting the right education and skill sets to do that. So that's a process we have to figure out, and we have to work on that together. I can't do it alone. I need help. That's why it's very critical that we work with the nation and we figure this out. That's part of the engagement process. We need to work together. And I'd just like to say thank you very much from Flying Nickel and our team for the opportunities to get into the community and have these discussions. They are absolutely critical and absolutely important. There are no bad questions. Every question is a good question, and we need to hear them. I hope that we are clear in what needs to be presented, and that if there's more questions, we can continue to have the opportunity to answer them. Thank you very much for the support. Okay.
Okay, everybody, thank you very much. I just got information that they were transporting the body down to Norway House now, so we got 5 minutes left. I have one more question for Mr. Robertson who wants to ask, and then we'll close with a prayer, and then we'll close the meeting.
Hi, the biggest question I was kind of curious is, like, you guys have these plans in place and they are really impressive, but what happens, because I know that the best laid environmental plans do have potentials of failing, and if there is a catastrophe that does happen, what happens then? Who takes care of that? How do we monitor that? Like, you know, tailings ponds, they breach, they spill over, and then also I was thinking about, you said you had the clay liner. To me, that's like saying we're using the land to prevent the land itself to prevent contamination of the land. So what happens to all that clay and the sludge and everything that's produced on there afterwards? Does it just sit there forever? And if it's contaminated, like, what happens then?
I think that's kind of a two-part question. So maybe Doug can put some clarity on what would happen with the remnants of the material that's there in the clay liner.
Well, I think the other thing too is that the mining company is responsible for anything it does on the site. When we're looking at, for example, the tailings and waste rock management facility, that facility will be there permanently. And now you're talking about, well, how would something like some sort of a catastrophic failure be handled? I'm working on another project that is just across the lake from the Mount Poly mine, which unfortunately is a rather famous dam failure. But I can use as an example of the response exactly what that same company did in response to that failure. The first thing that happened was the company took responsibility for it, which meant that they implemented an investigation as to why it failed. They undertook the work to stabilize it as quickly as possible. And then they took the further steps to do the reclamation, the cleanup and reclamation of the area that was affected by that failure. And that's something that's fairly expensive, but it didn't matter. It was their responsibility. And the particular creek that was affected is called Hazeltine Creek. This year, salmon were returning to spawn in Hazeltine Creek for the first time since that dam failure. So that creek has been restored to the conditions that prevailed beforehand, providing habitat for salmon spawning. So that's the kind of response that mining companies provide today to that kind of, let's call it a catastrophic failure of a structure. As far as the other aspects of what about residues that are left on site? Well, the Tailings and Waste Rock Management Facility will be a permanent facility. So those tailings will remain there. As far as the rest of the site is concerned, that will be reclaimed to the standard that's necessary for its use. And I spoke earlier about how we'll go through a consultation process to determine what the best final use for this site is after mining is complete and to be accommodated by the reclamation works. So let's look at perhaps an idealized situation where all the limestone is moved off-site for various beneficial uses, all the granite is moved off-site for various beneficial uses, which leaves us with a little bit of sandstone, the remnant roads and trails, as well as clay and peat overburden. The clay and peat will be used for site reclamation. The peat to provide a rooting substrate for establishment of vegetation, and the clay for use in any situation where it's necessary to provide a seal or whatever. The pit itself will fill with water and it'll become a pit lake with water quality reflecting the surrounding swamp and groundwater quality. So that's really what the site is going to look like. There will be some works that remain in place so that no matter what, water doesn't flow south, that it continues to flow north, because protection of the Lake Winnipeg watershed is really sort of a paramount objective of everything that we've done so far. The passive treatment systems can remain in place. They may not be necessary, but they can remain in place anyway because they are not expensive to operate. And it provides just that belt and suspenders approach to ensuring that any water leaving the site is of appropriate quality. But just as an example, I think Imperial Metals spent over $100 million just to do the Hazeltine Creek rehabilitation. And because of the differences in the settings, we're talking about a semi-mountainous setting in Mount Polley and the exact opposite of a mountainous setting at Minago, where there's very little topography at all. The scale of any consequence of any catastrophic failure at Minago will necessarily be a good deal less than it would be at Mount Polley, just because you're not pouring this material down a steep hill. Like, it's as simple as that. So that the scope of any reclamation would be a good deal smaller. But that's really what mining companies do today if there is that kind of a catastrophic failure. And that's another potential application of closure bonds as well.
So I got to give you a little bit of feedback on how to manage a mine. You probably don't get this opportunity to have somebody who's actually done that kind of work. And you don't get this from a CEO of a mining junior. How do you make sure that what you've suggested that could happen does not happen? You have to ask the what if. So what you do is you look at the opportunities through layers of protection to plug the hole to prevent an incident from occurring. You put in process an inspection system that ensures that the dam is stable. You follow the dam safety guidelines, which are listed under engineering standards. You make sure that it's designed properly. You make sure that you've got an emergency plan that says, okay, if we have an overflow of some kind, what do? You have an emergency process and a procedure. You utilize the materials that are on site. One of the advantages to this site is there are swales that go, which are ditches, that have a long, long way to go before they get to anything that's going to impact the water. What can you do if there was anything? Well, you stop that. You have heavy equipment on site, you immediately stop it. You stop process, you use the opportunity for your tailings facility as well as the open pit to store water. So there's a whole bunch of operational pieces that you put in play to manage risk, and you get to zero. You put so many layers of protection in place that it cannot happen. That's how you do it. And it's a matter of understanding how to manage mines and having the right person in play to put emergency procedures in place that ensure, and notice I said that word, ensure that there is no risk to the environment.
So just further to that, I know we're in a hurry, but further to that, so part of this notice of alteration, this process, all of these documents that they're talking about, like this emergency plan and mine closure plan, we have access to that. And we will have their license, the permit, we have to make sure, because it's our lands, that they're following all those steps. So we will have access. We could provide all of that as they come available, and obviously some will change. So, okay.
Okay, everybody, thank you very much for the questions. Rena, would you say a closing prayer for us, please? Thank you, say. Thank you. Can somebody bring her? Oh.
And I ask Marcus for this day that the Lord has made for us to come together, to listen. And it's very interesting. I thank God that I came. You know, I go to all kinds of meetings. I go, even when I'm not asked to go, I go. Because and I always take a lot from there. A lot of knowledge from there, and you know, there'll probably be more meetings about it, workshops. That they don't have jobs. Some are willing to work. Our kids, our grandkids, they're not all into ayusa, drugs or alcohol, but they still don't have jobs. I have 2 grandsons that are not into that yet, but they don't have jobs. And this is a good opportunity for them. We thought that, you know, kahit wetsa kisaw kita kikis kinaomachik, takishaya chikiskulito taki kumenu. Nikanik kita itapit si kusuy nawaw. Mocha sa kutanina nagapmutanan ka ketiat siyak maka. Uy nawaw. Wachita po takanop maguk. Takanop at magmine ko sisi. Kikipapat na nagipes panik 2 years. Ekipiani mag. Kwani mapekwan. Apete ka maskena na makaispanik isa. Kaispanik ko mapete na spits tamenopanyo. Tawichema kanu takitis ko ni kinak. Kitis ko na kanak hawisotse. Kutos katsi menok, chasi misenok. Kawin tunake katus kain kai katus kechik. Eko sinesi mami tunentaman utepian. En tuttaman. You should come out of to pento kemonaniak. Kita pento tamek. Una pogati kako ketsi mutta se tuechik tan se toniak. You know, you come and see for yourself, listen for yourself. That's what I do. Nista. When I come here, or anywhere I go there and listen with an open mind, with an open heart. And I'm a good listener. So the Lord will bless us and bless our community and bless those people that came, our visitors. The Pekoes was good. Akamaga. Katikipenano. We'll say that prayers, the benediction as we close today. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Yeah, I can say thank you so much for the closing prayer, and everybody that's traveling, safe travels to you, and we'll see you soon. I can say thank you.
This is the miner here.